Hey guys, we are here for day 4 of the George Pino trial. It is a half day because the jury went on a field trip to go view the Robalo vessel in an FWC holding facility. So we're going to catch up and watch a little bit before court from when they left, and they've been gone all day. They're still not back. So we're going to jump to whenever they come back and skip all that downtime. Besides that, I've got Defense Diaries here with me. You guys
Hi,
know Ali
everybody.
Motta and Bob.
Hello.
And
Hey.
since I think it's on a lot of people's minds today, and I know Bob probably has some thoughts, I did want to ask, and I think it's very relevant to our criticisms and concerns as we watch this trial or any trial of why we think it's so important for the state to color between the lines. You saw the news about the overturned murder conviction for Adam Montgomery this morning, Bob.
Yep. And
How do you feel?
was extremely upset. Extremely upset.
The first thing I said is like, "Oh, what is the judge okay?"
She's clearly upset as well. But the thing with Montgomery is, out of every
By the judge, you mean
defendant,
Carol Erskine,
Yeah.
right?
yeah. So every defendant that we've covered in terms of, watching their trial or just kind of covering the case in general, there's been nobody that I've despised more than Adam Montgomery. No one. Like, I have put it out there. Like, I've challenged him. Like, I'd go in on a cage match with that guy. Like, that's a guy where I literally, the sight of his face enrages me more than any other defendant. And we've dealt with some monsters. Like, that guy is that guy for me. So needless to say, I'm upset. I see this morning when I wake up, because I slept in a bed, Cat, that thing had been reversed and overturned, and his conviction is vacated. And just so
just
clear,
the murder, the second-degree murder. His other convictions are affirmed.
Everything else was affirmed. And without getting in the weeds too much, because we are going to go live with Judge Carol.
Can you give a quick one-liner on who Judge Carol is for anyone who doesn't know? She's awesome. That's my endorsement. I think she's just very kind-hearted and can speak on tough cases that deal with children. But here she has a direct connection, which this is very emotional to hear for her. So can you give like a quick background on her connection to the Adam Montgomery case?
Yeah, her connection. So she was on the bench in Massachusetts for years and years and years. And ultimately, when the Montgomery case went down, she was retired at that point, but she's still a fierce children's advocate. And ultimately, she was the judge, or she had a huge hand in getting Harmony's brother placed for adoption. So she's been very, very involved with that case. She's written a book about that case in which she
involved in the Harmony law?
All the proceeds. What?
Wasn't there like a Harmony law or something too? Or am I making that up?
I think you might be making that up.
Okay, sorry. Go on.
Harmony is the little girl, the victim in the Adam Montgomery case.
Yeah. And so, like, the judge, it's a case that's obviously very close to her heart, and she is, upset. But, and everybody is. We all are. But it's a perfect segue into the concept of what we're talking about on both our channels all the time, why it's so important to get it right the first time. We have to get these trials right the first time, because ultimately what this case was reversed on was what they call misjoinder or improper joinder of the murder charge along with the assault charge, without getting into the weeds too much in terms of what the court's rationale behind it was. Is that it's basically a bootstrapping situation wherein they had very strong evidence as to the assault charge. We've all heard the horror stories about Adam turning around and punching his little baby in the face repeatedly. And the evidence on that was very strong. So ultimately, the high court said, look, when you bootstrapped the murder case where the evidence is not quite as strong, and there's some question as to whether or not it was Kayla who ended Harmony's life or if it was Adam, at least in general, like, that's a concept.
Kayla was intimate partner that was living with Adam Montgomery and her 2 biological children, but she was not the biological mother of Harmony Montgomery.
Correct. So ultimately the court said, look, in terms of trying to reach a decision on this thing, we're going to have to err on the side of caution, because fair trials are paramount in this country. And ultimately, when you bootstrap that particular charge with all the evidence that came along with it, which may not have necessarily been admissible in the murder 2 trial, I think that it would, but you know, you never know. And so when the defense moved to sever the charges, the trial court had denied that. If they would have severed that charge and tried him separately on the murder charge and then on all the other counts, which he is still convicted of, we might have a different story. And ultimately, that's what's going to happen now, because the court just felt that evidence just bolstered the case on the murder by way of that evidence of the assault coming in, because it's so infuriating to hear it. You know, it just tainted the case for the murder charge. We had a very similar situation in the Garcia case where we really believed that those cases needed to be severed because they didn't even get into the issue as to whether or not it was all kind of part of one occurrence. Like that wasn't what their evaluation began and ended on at all. So, but we'll get into it much more deeply. I understand that everybody's upset, and I understand where the court is coming from, as hard as that is for me to stomach as well. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the Constitution has to win. And go ahead, babe.
Sorry, I was just going to say, and thankfully, he still has these other convictions. So it's not like he's getting out of jail. So unfortunately for the families, and, you know,
they got to relive it for the process.
Redo this, but I can't imagine that he'll get off again. But I haven't read the order. And I also pulled up an article from last year where it says, judge says federal investigators should probe Harmony Montgomery's death. And it's about Judge Erskine. So a former judge is requesting that federal authorities start an investigation into the death of Harmony Montgomery. On Tuesday, retired judge handed over pages from her own investigation to the U.S. Attorney and FBI in New Hampshire. She wants investigators to look at New Hampshire's Division of Children, Youth, and Families and whether the department's social workers falsified records. So they go on to say how they are found Adam Montgomery has been found guilty, but they also found that Harmony was placed in her father's care, even though there was evidence she would not be safe there. And that's where the judge picks up and was demanding, you know, a deeper investigation. And then she wrote her book, like Bob said, which specifically details the failures within Massachusetts, and her new probe looks at the failures in New Hampshire. So
yeah, it's I mean, Judge Erskine is huge on, you know, pointing the finger where it needs to be pointed and starting from the very beginning. And, you know, so she's been hammering away at, you know, agencies that should be stepping in these particular types of situations and are failing, and then, you know, prosecutor, like all up the line. So it's like Ali said, he's not getting out, but it still makes your skin crawl, you know, and it's one of those things where you understand what the court did because it's their job. It's a hard job. Imagine being the justices that were sitting on this particular case, and this thing comes across their desk and they have to make this decision knowing what the facts of the case are, you know, because I haven't gotten through the entire opinion myself because the judge just emailed it to me and then I had to jump in the shower. But you
hit the issue. It's the misjoinder was the subject of the reversal, because they didn't find that the strength of the case on the murder charge was strong. And then they also gave some guidance on some of the other acts admission where, hey, we disagree with why the court admitted something. They need to reevaluate under a different analysis. One other thing was like, it was fine for them to bring it in. And I forget what their ruling on the third other act was. But
yeah, because if they're saying that the joinder was inappropriate, then they're also saying that some of this evidence would not have been admissible in an independent prosecution for the homicide. Because if the evidence would have gotten in as prior bad acts or something of that nature, then they would have said ultimately that it was harmless because the same evidence is getting in under a different umbrella. So without having read, I'm assuming there are things that the court is saying, had this been just the murder charge, this other evidence, certain parts of this other evidence would never have come in. And without that, we can't say that the case is overwhelming against him,
And I'll just read paragraph 21 from the opinion, and it's this. And it basically hits on what you were talking about, babe. It says the defendant argues that joining the charges gave rise to a risk that the jury would use evidence of the July assault, quote, for an improper propensity purpose when considering the second-degree murder charge. He notes that Kayla's testimony provided the only direct evidence that he fatally struck the victim, and asserts that Kayla had significant credibility deficits. Specifically, he contends that the evidence undermining Kayla's credibility, quote, included her felony perjury convictions for lying to the grand jury, her prior criminal history, her other criminal conduct that the state agreed not to prosecute her for in exchange for her testimony, as well as numerous self-serving and inconsistent statements about what happened in December 2019 and thereafter. So, I mean, ultimately, it's like what I'm saying, that bootstrapping element is what really put the court on it completely.
But that's scary. So if they don't allow that video of him abusing her in for the murder charge, what are they? I mean, I don't know enough about the case to speak on it. I've got to read this order, and I'll definitely do all that before we go on with the judge.
Yeah, and can you guys let us know when you do set a time so I can because guys, I dropped a link to defense. It's already in the chat because we're collabing. It's in the description already. But a specific link to that stream when you guys schedule it, we'll send it out to all of our channels. I'll share it too. And I'll be on the chat listening. I'm excited for that conversation because I want to hear your thoughts on it. But of course, I want to hear from Judge Carroll.
But that's why we're as defense attorneys are always arguing that if the court doesn't do things right, they're going to happen again. And yeah, it's in the, more extreme cases, but it happens enough that now, like what about this Harmony's brother and other, family members? And I know Katt, you were pointing out that, that's why they need to cover in the lines in this case.
Let me get her off the screen before she thinks we're streaming the trial when we're not.
Oh yeah.
We were not
God.
streaming.
Ashley's like, Ali looks tired, maybe not feeling well. Both true.
Aw. It's been a busy week. But yeah, so going back to this boat trial, you guys, that's why, and here it starts before we get into the courtroom. It's this idea that, and we didn't get to look at it, but maybe on one of these breaks today or tomorrow we will. The FWC, the lead investigating agency in the George Pino case that it's responded and was supposed to be investigating this boat crash. It's in their manual that if somebody refuses, but there could be a fatality, which Lucy technically hadn't died yet. But it still seems like it was under FWC policy where maybe they should have and could have done some type of field testing to test for any type of intoxication, despite the refusal to do so, the verbal refusal to do so. And it seems like they could have done it and they didn't. Then there's some body cam footage that was like procedurally, administratively deleted because it wasn't labeled in a way that it would have been preserved. It wasn't like somebody intentionally lost it, but it wasn't labeled properly. And so we lose the footage from 4 different vantage points from responders that were there on the day of this boat crash that now is no longer going to be available. And while that might not be a judge's ruling, that might not be the prosecutor in court doing something, it's still an arm of the state that their failure to do their due diligence to collect information and investigate weakens the case in a way that now we have this kind of bootstrapping in the sense of we're not charging a boating under the influence. We're just going to do manslaughter by culpable negligence, but we're going to try to rope in this impairment inference into this culpable negligence theory that we're arguing. Yeah. And is that as strong as if, let's say you did a test and there was some type of alcohol level showing?
Is there not like a standard practice? And like if you're in a car accident, they're checking for, alcohol. I don't know why they didn't even check. Didn't he go to the hospital for God's sakes? But that tells you
I think it was a couple hours later.
If they had seen symptoms, they would have flagged him to, for that testing.
Which is why the whole, if you guys have been following the previous trial streams, I keep mentioning this guy, Matthew Smiley, who didn't come forward until 2024. And maybe he tried to offer something earlier and nobody was taking his statement, which to me, again, I'm going to point back, that's a failure of a state agency to notate and preserve that information or even pursue it. But this guy says in 2024, after seeing, I think, a family member of the Puigs speak to the media saying, look, I think they failed to investigate this case. He comes forward and is like, hey, I was there that day. I'm a firefighter. I was helping out and I noticed the smell of alcohol on George Pino's breath and his eyes were kind of bloodshot. They're a little bloodshot. And this is 2 years later. So is that just like, is that a true and correct memory? There's a major issue with just accepting that statement at face value when it's not gathered contemporaneously or at least close in time. Right. And again, if he was really there and observed those things and tried to tell somebody and no state agency documented that, that's a failure. And imagine how compelling that would be if true and if captured contemporaneously, what that would mean for the state's ability to prosecute this case powerfully. It would just be
I
cleaner
honestly
cut
don't
if we
think the
had
guy
that
was
information.
intoxicated.
I'm
don't.
in that ballpark now that we're watching. While we were still in opening statement stage, especially day one, we had the prosecution and no real defense opening for a full day. I was like, oh man, you know, I mean, I'm with the theory. How else would you hit this channel marker? And I'm distancing away from that the further we go. But just imagine the difference it could make. And that brings us to the point where we're gonna have to ease out. We're gonna have to X the chat out. Listen
Right
as we go
anyway.
though, because anytime there's breaks, and especially when court ends for the day, we do bring the chat feature back. If you're wondering why we're doing that, so are we, but it's really the judge's order that anyone showing the stream of the trial, it doesn't seem to matter whether it's live or delayed or replay or what, you cannot have the live chat feature enabled. It's a stupid ruling, but the reason we're abiding by it, even though we disagree and think it's vague, is because we do not want the camera to get kicked out of the courtroom.
Yep.
If the camera gets kicked out, then that's it. There's no place to watch this. So that's where we are.
And before we take the chat, Amanda, yes, I do look at I saw your community post or in the community page about members only live. I'm seeing them all. And also, if you guys are wanting to chat, the Discord's going to be going again. That too, that link is in the community page as well. So if you guys want to go over there and be able to talk to each other, that's a spot to do it. So sadly, yeah, we're going to have to say goodbye once again.
Also, we do have a quick question. Michael says, please address the judge going to investigate in a boat, and is that making her a witness? I wasn't clear on that. I thought she said she was going to go see the vessel as well, like do a viewing, and not like going out on the waterway in a boat. But remember she said something, she was doing something after court yesterday, maybe?
Yeah, I don't think she's doing any kind of investigation. I mean, it's not unusual for judges to go along on jury views at all. I mean, they typically do.
Yeah, and I was a bit confused because remember they started discussing as if the field trip would happen. First, it was going to happen this morning, as it actually did. Then they had some discussion that it was actually going to take place yesterday afternoon, and then it moved back to the morning. So whatever the judge was talking about doing yesterday afternoon, I thought it was just maybe her confusing the time switch because it switched back and forth. So I wasn't really sure on this one, Michael. That's where I am on that one. We also have Safi Bay for Defense Diary says, I'm enjoying this trial, would not find him guilty. Just a horrible accident. Feel bad for Lucy's family, though.
Yeah, I mean, how do you not feel awful for Lucy's family? There's no question this was a tragic, tragic accident. Frankly, I'm having a hard time. I was just telling Allison last night, finding culpability. Like this isn't a situation where like the guy's wasted and driving like on the road like a lunatic and he kills a car full of kids. That's a different situation. This is just, and I just don't know enough about what happened, like in terms of how he didn't see the marker. Like you and I, Kat, have come up with a couple different concepts that seem to fit.
The uptown girl distraction in the video.
I mean, it's like, like I'm curious to see the drone footage too, because I want to see where the sun was at on the water. You know, if he was driving into that, or, you know, like I just need more to get to the point where.
Well, today's supposed to be reenactment day, reconstruction day.
All right. Well,
so maybe we'll finally see a little bit. I don't know how this is going to go, since it seems like the state only wanted to play some of the reenactments, and the defense is like, we want to play other ones.
Yeah.
So that never seems to sound like something that should inspire much confidence. It is time, though. We've got one more, guys. Get your final thoughts in the chat. Again, we will announce, like, hey, we're going to be taking a break, so we're going to bring the chat feature back. And, of course, we'll bring the chat back at the end of the day. But it's almost that time. We've got, like, 60 seconds here. So, Bob, get ready to do the disconnect. We've got Julie Jensen with the family hugs right back at you.
Family
Bob
hugs.
is eyeing.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Thank you, Julie.
You get an extra good base when you say family hugs.
Oh, yeah. I slip into my podcast.
The night show voice.
Yes, that's a straight up podcast when I'm recording my pods.
Well, shout out to Julie for remembering the family hugs before we cut off the chat. So with that, you guys, we will miss you, and we will see you soon.
Bye. We love you.
All right, let's get the judge on the screen as soon as I stop seeing chats come in.
All right, I'm off.
All right, so the first little bit we have here is from the beginning of the day. Oh gosh, I still have this on the screen. So here we are. I think I have the screen good. No live chat is enabled. It's all gone, very sadly so. When we first get here in the morning, there's a bit of discussion, which I'm going to skip through, but in summary, there's media that wanted to go on the viewing as well, and the judge is discussing with the bailiff, look, the bailiff already told them it's the same rules as the media rules in court. You get one poll camera, so the media has to share the feed from whoever has the camera, and that this viewing cannot be done. The media is going to have a separate viewing window after the jury's done viewing, because it's a small viewing area, and if you try to have a camera in there, you're going to get the jurors on video. So they had a separate window to be able to view the vessel that they coordinated with the FWC. It was a long conversation, so we're just going to skip that. And now we're going to get into something that I think is more pertinent to watch, which is the defense discussing how are we going to tell the jury why certain people are going on this viewing and others are not going on this viewing, because George Pino is not going on this viewing. So we're going to listen to that little discussion, hear her instruct the jury, and then we'll bloop like 4 hours to present time. So here we go. And we'll boost this a little bit.
Little boosty boo.
A little boost.
Maybe a couple of seats for us just to sit while they go about their business. And I'll set a time on it and figure out what I have to do to get them out. Let me know, and otherwise the jury's probably about 30 minutes. I think that should be a sufficient period of time.
Any shade?
Oh, wait. What are you saying?
It says there's still chat coming through. I think it's on your end. I don't know. Cat Williams, the chat's still going.
Oh, no, it's not. It's off now. It's off. Thank you, guys.
Mine's off.
Thank
too.
you, guys.
Oh,
Sorry,
was
I don't think I clicked the right box. I think I clicked the one that does. I did a replay. The one that disables the replay. Oh, oops! It's off.
Oh.
It is now actually off.
Oh no.
Where we're going to be sitting, Judge?
That I don't know. But
Bring an
you have
umbrella.
your umbrella?
I did.
All right, you bring an umbrella, you can hold the umbrella.
Are you going to wear your robe?
I have to. I think.
Wow.
So I can get comfortable with it. Very hot. It's really hot out right now. So it's really hot.
Judge, may I inquire
So,
who among us
Now
is going?
this is the defense speaking now.
I assume the two prosecutors, and that's it for the prosecution team? It'll just be me, myself. And I thought you'd asked yesterday about what to explain to the jury. And I thought just to say that because it's call it a field trip, it's going to be a limited number of people going, Mr. Srebnick, Ms. Adams, Mr. Borst, and that's it. That way they don't highlight.
that anyone else is not there.
Right, so Mr. Pino won't be there, Mr. Shapiro won't be there. There's a whole bunch of people not going, and it'll just make Mr. Pino be invisible.
It's very restricted, and the purpose is basically just for the jury to see the vessel, have an opportunity to spend a little time walking there. They'll be able to take notes. They can't speak with each other. They can't speak to anyone else. Now, there'll be directions For example, if someone wanted to enter the boat, as we were talking about yesterday, there will be, I think the FWC, a few of the investigators, or I don't know if it's not just going to be Thompson, right? I'm not sure who's going to be there. He has probably a few people there that would assist them if they wanted to, lift up and actually look inside.
Are we ready?
I think we are.
Yes.
All right, let's go to the thank you.
All right.
So they're going to instruct the jury. I don't know if we get a foot watch here. Let's see if we get some feet. Yeah, and the camera's been free. You can see the cameras jolting around. They've been having great Wi-Fi service in this courtroom. There's your feet. This is their field trip footwear.
Field trip footwear.
Right? They definitely wore footwear for this trip.
Oh, yeah.
All right, everyone can see the thank yous.
Alright, so we're going to listen to how they're instructed so you guys can hear it. They're going to be asked the usual, but then they get the unique instruction for this trip.
Sorry.
I'll bloop a little.
Today.
And the camera, the service in the courthouse must be butt cheeks today.
So you were in your presence
Look at
about
it.
this case. Have you done any research or investigation?
No.
See anything in the news about the case?
No.
Read anything in the newspaper?
No.
Television?
No.
Social media?
I watched a Bob rant about this case.
So, this we're recreating.
Crazy.
You cannot bring it as a key to put it in front of you as evidence. So we're taking you to that to do that. But we conduct in court, but at another location. Now, when you conduct in court, I'm going to give you some instructions, and Renee is going to assist everyone. But just like any court,
So
not
choppy.
the purpose of this is for you, again, to just view the evidence. You have your notepad with you.
He mentioned umbrellas yesterday, so it must be rainy down there. Or was this morning.
Opportunity to walk around. I'll set probably.
This is like one of those filters on like a graphics program that lets you be like a charcoal
It's not
sketch.
a group. So whatever information you think might be helpful to you, and you're committed to take notes. Okay. You're going to speak with Renee, not in front of any of the other jurors, just like you would anyway. Okay?
They can't speak with each
But
other just because we're on
you're
this
not
field
there
trip.
for any other purpose other than to be able to see the evidence. Okay? There's not going to be anyone's
This is false.
going to speak with you. We're going to be, and it's going to be actually just a limited number of people going, because this is for you to go. I need to be there. I'm going to bring Vanessa to the court reporter. Okay? For the defense, Mr. Shrebnick is going to be the representative for the defense, and prosecutors too. And that's it. Okay.
Brutal.
Don't. It needs to be limited, so restricted that, so because other people aren't attending or because Mr. Pino's not attending, please don't draw any inferences from that. We need to keep this as a very small group.
I think that's a good
I
instruction. I
that's
think she
pretty much
gave a
it.
good one.
There'll be individuals from Florida, from the wildlife.
And I think it was cut out, but both prosecutors are going, which I don't know if that's like a prosecutor's show of like, haha, look, why are two of us going and
We
only
care.
one defense attorney is going to
We
go.
care.
But also it kind of comes off to me a little bit like Laura Adams is like mentoring, or at least she's taking the position. I don't know if he needs to be mentored, but she's like, let me do this. So maybe it could look like he's going along because he's still
Yeah.
learning to become lead.
He's the
on a case.
neophyte. He's the neophyte. He's second chair. She'll have him
So
on a
that-
little leash, carrying him. He'll be right behind her. She'll have the little leash. Come on.
Don't draw any inferences.
Don't draw any inferences from the leash.
And they're going to be there. I think they're going to have the ability to assist if anyone wishes to actually get into the vessel. There'll be a way to do that. I don't know if they use I'm not sure what the setup is. but.
Oh, they get to go like up in it, like a McDonald's playhouse,
Actually go inside the vessel too. So
which are
they're
extinct
not
now, I
touching
think.
anything.
They are. They were real breeding
For information and for your ability to view the house.
virus
So,
and all.
30 minutes will probably be more than enough time. I'm not sure if it's shaded at all. So I think 30 minutes will be more than enough time for you to have that opportunity. Okay, we're going to take you now downstairs. You're going to be escorted, and he's going to take you. We have a van that is, I think it's a 14-person van.
Yes, ma'am.
And our sergeant is going to be the driver.
For there's
of
10
the van.
jurors, 6 on the pool and 4
you're gonna be
alternates.
escorted, with police escort. So, and we're going to be caravanning. There'll be only, I think, 3 other vehicles with the escort group. And probably will take about 35 to 40 minutes to arrive at the location. I'll have some ice water for you in the van as well. And if you had, I don't think you're going to need an umbrella unless you want it for some shade. I'm not sure again if it's shade. I imagine it's some shade area. I'm not sure if the boat is a shade area. I'm just not sure about that. Okay. So, Renee, you can go ahead then and take the jury.
So they're going to take the jury out. I think there was a little bit more discussion with the parties right when they leave. And then that'll be everything of significance in the morning.
Okay. So I think I've covered everything well enough. And we're just going to give them a minute. But I'm going to want to go down Judge's elevator also, so I just want to give them a minute to get down the elevator. If you all now want to go ahead and get to your vehicles, we're in the building, then we should be able to head out probably about 10 to 15 minutes.
And the afternoon session is at 1:30 p.m.?
I said for 1:30 p.m. I think that we'll probably be pretty good with that.
Okay.
All right? Okay, very good. Thank you. Very recess.
So they're getting out. So before we jump forward, there was from WPLJ 10, when the media had their chance to look at the vessel. So let's take a look at that. Let me lower this because I think this is going to be louder than the court.
Pino's damaged boat. It has been sitting here at this facility, the FWC facility in North Miami, for many years here as a big piece of evidence. And today, those jury members were able to come here, walk in and around the boat. They were even able to board this vessel to take a closer look at the damage. Now, an FWC member tells us they were only able to watch, observe, but not touch anything. After getting escorted here to watch,
actually, I don't think I'm great at physics, but Bob, can you imagine maybe this hits the channel marker and then at impact it like tilts and kind of wobbles the boat, and then the top of the channel marker starts to puncture here and drag?
Yeah, I
So
thought
maybe this is the initial impact?
Yeah, I thought that that's what they said as well. I think that it did hit towards the front more, and maybe it started to kind of like pinwheel it a little bit. You know, it hits that front end and then it pinwheels, because that damage there is super severe.
Yeah. So, because now I can kind of see it from the pictures that this wasn't that apparent to me.
Yeah.
But maybe like the jury, since they had the up close,
right,
it was easier for them to see ahead of time. Also, I would imagine if they're going up in the boat, they can get the perspective of standing in the cabin here. And I want to give a thank you here. Obviously, we don't have a chat, but K for Dread in the chat, and KW Dread is the name over on X, has been sharing pictures of the boat. And in this, it was like the idea that if you are trying to steer the boat and you're also looking at the GPS, it's still facing the same direction. So your eyes aren't losing the peripherals of what's ahead of you just because you look down, right? And that, I think the state called that tattooed witness to show, you know, you got to keep your eyes, you shouldn't be relying on the GPS. And I thought there's music, so I don't know if I can mute it before I play it, like popular music, so I don't want to play it and get us stricken. But K for Dread, KW Dread gave us this insight that, look, typically when you're captaining a boat of this size, you're going to be facing forward even if you're looking at the GPS because it's all in the same direction.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what the jury will get a feel for if they're going up on this boat and standing over here where George and his wife would have been standing when the accident occurred. So, or the smashing occurred, either way you put it.
Yep.
So let's see what else they did on their field trip. And remember, the jury's not part of this viewing. The media got to do this after the jury was done.
Observe, but not touch anything.
After getting escorted here by deputies from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's
their
Office, jury
field trip.
members aboard this black bus all came to the FWC facility in North Miami. They were here to get a detailed tour
chairs.
of George Pino's 29-foot boat that was involved in the crash. Here, they were able to take a closer look at the vessel, the damage it has, and were told that if they wanted, jury members could even board the boat to better understand the passenger positions from all the girls the day of the accident and where George Pino was standing. They were not allowed to touch anything because till this
yeah,
day...
look at that detail there, Bob.
Is that from the front?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
That looks like from what we were just looking at.
Yep.
You could see it tore off this, I don't know how to describe it, like the molding, the coverage. Look at all these things are torn off. So it looks like it went boink and then would have tipped.
This vessel is still a piece of evidence. The jury members were able to see the exact location and the extent of the damage, giving them a different perspective from the videos and pictures they have seen during these past few days in court. The whole experience here for them took about 40 minutes. You can see them here leaving back to court and also getting escorted by deputies.
And after those jury members took a closer look at this damaged vessel, they went back to the courthouse. They had a 1-hour lunch break, and the trial continues this afternoon.
There we go. So that's the context to explain the time. They did have their lunch, and that gets us to... oh, wait, that's the old one. This one. Where I paused it right as I heard movement in court. So we are queued up for when they start doing things. You're going to read the banner.
We who labor here seek only truth. Wow.
You need like a very good stick staff to stand.
Yeah, it's very wizardly. Yeah. Oh, so we're good to go. Like they haven't even started the proceedings.
Well, no, they're back. They got back a little bit ago. Is it playing? Yeah, it's playing. I'm a little too far back. There we go. Because I saw this. I saw this.
That guy. So I can't remember who the state said they were putting on today. The drone guy, right? The cop.
We're gonna get those like angles of the recreation.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. Like
and also Thompson. I think Thompson's introducing some of that stuff. So Thompson was the lead on this case from the FWC, and I think he's being brought in to discuss some of this stuff as well. So it's going to be interesting to see who's delivering what info.
Like I'd say we're probably halfway, maybe closer to 3/4 of the cases or the state's case in chief being done. Where are you at? Like, what are you feeling?
I mean, I think it would be smart for the state to rest by end of day tomorrow. I don't know if they will.
Yeah.
Especially like we heard like, oh, I'm not revisiting this issue. We're going to revisit the issue. I think the prosecutor was right on that. We're going to revisit the issue because the judge didn't really give a ruling. She kind of just said, you're going to admit it and then we'll see or whatever she said.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe they didn't get started right here. Oh, there she is. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Right, they don't have the volume on. She's trying to figure out her microphone.
She's like, it's very long and unwieldy. I don't know. Can you raise this a little bit? Oh yes. It doesn't seem like she's been on her mic at all anyway. Like everyone else.
And yesterday,
well.
Shrevenik was like, Judge, can you turn your mic on?
He did?
Yeah.
What a guy. Yeah, she's been hard.
He was looking out for us. All right, so they still don't put the court sound on. Is it just me? Is it just my... Did I like do something that's not playing?
I don't think so.
See if Court TV gets it together. I mean, it does look, they're just filing in, so it doesn't seem, there we go.
There we go. There we go.
Sorry, that was my bad, guys. And I want to get to, I want to know more about this GPS argument, and I'm sitting and marinating on another comment from Tara, who raised this issue, hey, if there was cell phone service issues, could that also impact, could a GPS lose accuracy if there's cell service, if they're relying on certain satellites? If some satellite that powers cell phone service or a tower, whatever they're getting out on the ocean, I don't know if this channel can reach a land tower. I feel like it might be
an issue.
What is it, near field, NFC at near field something, constellation? What about a GPS accuracy? Is that impacted?
Laura Adams, John Borst on behalf of the state of Florida.
On behalf of George Pino, who is present, Howard Serebnik, Mark Shapiro, Armellino, and Janelle Gomez.
Oh, very well. And Ms. Pino, would you say the same, please?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may have a seat, sir.
Thank you.
Very well, thank you. All right.
The camera's really blurry today.
So, I'm checking with Renee. I think all the jurors are back from lunch. Just as a recap, we conducted the jury view.
Having trouble hearing you, Judge.
Okay, how's that?
Better, thank you.
I don't know, I asked for a longer microphone and I got...
You were right, Bob.
Microphone, but... All right.
Who's in there, Doug?
Is that better?
A little bit.
Little.
Okay. We went on our jury view. The jurors arrived by van at 10:35, and we departed at 10:52. I think everything, there were no issues. There were one matter we did put on the record while we were there, and that was with regard to allowing Lieutenant Thompson to point out and just stand and point to two specific areas on the vessel that had green marking. And that was done, again, we discussed it first, and Esther was with us, we put it on the record without objection. There were no statements made, no comments made, no testimony, and then the jurors went about their business without discussions.
What they're referring to is stuff that was put on after the accident by investigators to label hey, we're a placard that would be near a shell casing in a shooting case, that it's from the investigation and not originally part of the...
Let me ask, is there anything I need to address before I bring the jury in?
We don't know who the witnesses are yet.
Oh, okay. Who's your first witness for the afternoon?
It's Pomares, Judge, Manny Pomares from FWC.
Is he the only one today? Are there other?
I don't know who Laura's calling.
Lieutenant Pomares from FWC.
FWC,
Okay.
FWC, yes.
All right.
Okay, pause it real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Law and Disorder 101 had sent a $10 Venmo. Thank you very much. He says, hi, I can't see the chat. Was I banned? Law and Disorder 101, you were 100% not banned. We have, unfortunately, for the entirety of this trial, had to disable our live chat due to the judge's order. The court has said, the streaming services that are putting this out there. We want your live chat disabled for reasons unknown, really, but who are we to fight City Hall? So we wanted to err on the side of caution, and out of respect for the channels that we stream to bring it to you, we decided to disable our chats as well. So that's all that's going on. If you're wondering why there's no chat and you're coming to either of our channels, you have not been banned. There's just no live chat going on.
It sucks, but I think that's a great question, because I'm sure many others out there might be wondering why there's no chat for them.
Yeah.
Also, I looked down and saw that like 20 minutes ago, I got a pop-up. I don't know if this was today or if I'm just getting the alert today, but the damages in the Rebecca Grossman, that case, jury awarded $200 million in damages, if anyone was following the Grossman case. So,
wow.
That's a big verdict.
It's a big verdict.
Big one.
It's a big haul. That
big
goes right up to the appellate court.
Yeah. That was an interesting, because that was, if you guys want to go watch those proceedings, it was televised. I didn't get to watch all of it, but that was an interesting proceeding to watch over in California. Some strong lawyering. So, and then, we got pictures on screen. That looks like we're going to have a lot of information today, finally, about the actual boat, the waterway, the damages, how this all happened. Let's see if we can figure it out.
Finally.
Until I see the first.
That was a strong handshake right there. Dap up a little bit. Maybe they have downtime here before they get the jury.
Flag any issues. May we inquire if there's another witness after Pomares, or will he take up the whole day so we can flag any issues?
No, I think that we'll call another witness after the lieutenant.
How long will this first witness be, you think?
Not sure, Judge.
Did it time?
It's,
How long do you anticipate the direct to be each other?
I would say maybe an hour and a half.
Okay, we'll be a while. We'll take a break anyway. If there's anything else, then we'll discuss the next witness, okay? I expect to work though till about 5:30.
Did the state say that they do plan to call another witness, but didn't want to say who? They must be trying to get somebody that can make it in.
I didn't catch it.
And
The state
showed the
seemed like,
defense all
yeah,
of the
but didn't have a
photos
name.
that I intend to introduce through this witness, and I don't believe that they have any objection regarding 403 or anything like that to what I'm intending to introduce.
That's not what I said, Judge. I said these were provided in discovery.
Oh, I think so. There's no objection. You do have objections?
We previously. There were.
Was it one of those photos, the alcohol?
No, I didn't see that.
Okay. There. One moment. There is.
We'll just go.
Oh, Laura's taking over.
When it's time to
Have a seat there, guys.
present the evidence.
I think you're quiet today, little Bob. I think your mic's doing that thing where it went down again.
Oh, I'm low. All right, let's see.
Now actually you sound clear, but whenever it sounds weird when you talk when the court feed is playing, like it sounds like you're getting blotched up.
Oh,
Maybe
really?
it's just me. But now you sound really clear, but you kind of also leaned forward when you.
Wait, hold on. Like it's sure off. So, all right. It
Ooh,
should.
you sound good now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool.
Let me look. Discord. Let me know if there's a volume adjustment that needs to be made anywhere. I'll check.
If you have an objection,
Discord.
you'll make your objection.
Okay.
And I'll do that.
This folder. Sure. Thank you.
Can you say it one more time, please?
It's okay. I'll just go through the witness. I thought maybe there would be a stipulation, but
Well, there might be. They asked for the evidence.
I'll just have the witness authenticate it and show it to them in real time, Judge. Unless, you know,
All good.
I tried to do that, but they didn't want to. So. Yeah.
That's
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we can do that. Yeah.
stapling. Looks like somebody dropped in my key card. I don't know what that is. It's been there. It's been there.
I know. Every time they pan, I look for it.
So just leave it like that. Yeah.
Only square.
Only square. Oh. Oh. I guess they cut out because the whispering was getting picked up.
Hot mic.
Yeah.
Everybody loves a hot mic. Man, we're getting some weather here, Kat. I'll tell you that.
Again?
Yeah. It's been like
Actually, I did see on the radar, it was like a big wave of like little lightning bolts just panning across.
Yeah.
Like
we had
North Midwest.
I had the hail yesterday. I think we had a little hail today too. Games were canceled. Put a lot of work in on the old lineup for my daughter's team too.
And all for naught.
All for naught.
The stick.
Ooh.
Oh, that is a loud staple noise. Alright. Oh my god. And now they're zooming in on the little thing.
Only square. Yeah.
We don't have a lamp in this one. Well, we have the hamburger lamps. Oh, we don't have a ceiling fan. We just have a square. Alright, here comes the jury. Hopefully. Finally.
We will bring the jury.
Oh, some nice suede moccasin things.
Oh, yeah. They had their field trip footwear on today.
Got the tote.
Sneakers. A lot of sneakers coming through.
All right, everyone please be seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch. Let me ask, have you been discussing this case with each other? No. Or with anyone else? No. Has anyone attempted to speak with you or in your presence about this case? No. Have you seen anything in the news about this case? No.
She's saying it so sternly this time.
Am I correct? Correct. You've done any research or investigation to gather information outside of this courtroom? No. Very well. We are ready to proceed. State and may call your next witness.
Yes, Judge. The state calls Manuel Pomares.
Sir, please step forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may have a seat, sir.
Alright, so he's with the FWC. Hopefully they spell his name for us. We have a cell phone. Again. Look at the judge's face.
Sir, if you keep your voice up, the microphone is in one direction and the jury is in another. So even if you're yelling on each side of this, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please
Pomares.
introduce yourself to the members of our jury?
My name is Manuel Pomares. I'm a lieutenant with Florida Fish and Wildlife.
Florida Fish and Wildlife, did you all just host some guests today?
Yes, we did.
Did you see some of them here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Was that to see a vessel, a crashed vessel?
Correct.
The vessel, were you part of the recovery?
I was part of the recovery of the vessel.
So let's talk about how that happened and the information that you have. Were you working on the day of the crash, September 4th, 2022?
I was not working that day when the event occurred. I was notified afterwards.
How did you learn about the crash?
I believe I was called either to my personal phone or my work phone, notified, and then I would have come out shortly after that on the clock and responding to phone calls and trying to gather information and see what needed to be done at that point.
Where did you respond?
Initially, I was just on the phone gathering information because I didn't know where to go until more information started coming in. The location of the accident was Cutter Bank, which is a remote area that even if I left right away, I wouldn't have been able to go to. So it was more beneficial for me to get additional information and see what was needed before I left and responded somewhere.
So where did you drive to?
Initially, I just stayed at the house making phone calls, coordinating. Eventually, I ended up, I believe I went to Walmart and bought water, and I believe one of my counterparts bought food because at that point in the evening, we had to keep officers keeping watch on the vessel because the vessel was overturned in Cutter Bank, adjacent marker 15, and we knew we weren't going to be able to recover it that day. So we needed to maintain custody of the vessel and have somebody watching it overnight. So we had to make arrangements.
Okay, let me stop.
Sorry.
We're going to go slow. You're talking fast, but we're going to go slow. Okay?
Got it.
All right. So you go to Walmart.
Correct.
Why did you go to Walmart for supplies?
Went to Walmart to get supplies, water and drinks for our officers.
And then after you get the waters and drinks and food, do you go to Black Point Marina or where do you go to?
I responded to Black Point Marina, and I arrived there as the fire boat was arriving with victims that had not been transported because they weren't as severely injured as the ones that had been airlifted.
Okay, so at this point, it's dark outside, it's nighttime?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, as a lieutenant, can you tell me what your responsibilities are?
Okay. I'm an investigative lieutenant. I was an investigative lieutenant at that time, and part of my responsibilities are to provide the investigator, the lead investigator, with any assets he may need, assist him in any way that I can. Due to the remote area, the accident happened in southern Miami-Dade, almost northern Monroe County. So me getting there wasn't practical. I wasn't going to make it there in any time to be of use to my team.
Now, the lead investigator in this case, Lieutenant Thompson, at the time he wasn't a lieutenant, did you oversee him or is that a different lieutenant?
He was supervised by a different lieutenant. His name is Lieutenant Daniel Miranda. On that evening, I believe Lieutenant Miranda was not available for one reason or another, and I was the one who initially responded that evening and helped out and supported Investigator Thompson.
Okay. So you mentioned that you saw some of the less injured passengers. Did you specifically interact with them at Black Point Marina?
No, I did not.
Okay.
They were coming off the vessels, going to their family members, and I did not impede in that or stop or take any action in that aspect.
So the next day, September 5th, what are your duties? What are your assignments on that day?
So I was also part of the dive team. So part of our duties was to document the scene or the crash site. We had come up with a game plan to respond out there on one of our patrol vessels. 3 members of the dive team, I believe it was Officer Oscar Saavedra, Lieutenant Ryan Smith, and myself were dive team members. And there was an officer, I don't recall at this point, that was driving the vessel, shuttling us around.
All right, so how do you become part of the dive team? Do you have to be trained and certified?
You have to have certification first, and then you have to go through an interview process and be selected.
Did you receive all of the necessary training and certifications to become part of the dive team?
Yes.
And just as an aside, how long have you been with the Florida Fish and Wildlife?
I'm in my 29th year. Formerly, the agency was called Florida Marine Patrol. In 1999, 2000, the voters of Florida decided to merge the Florida Marine Patrol with the Game and Fish Commission, and now we are the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, FWC for short.
So do you have a long or many years of experience diving?
Yes.
So in preparation for a dive, I imagine you have to put on a suit, or what do you wear?
In this case, we didn't have to put on a suit because there wasn't contaminants. We have to put on dive gear, which is a BC, a dive tank, regulators. So all that had to be loaded on the boat because obviously it was far away from the mainland.
So let's break that down. Can you explain what that equipment that you just referred to is and how it assists you?
Absolutely. So it's scuba gear, self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. So it's basically a BCD, a buoyancy control device that inflates to help you control buoyancy. Okay. You need to put that on. Behind that, that holds a dive tank, which has your air supply. And then you have regulators that bring the pressure down from what's in the tank to something you can actually breathe, to be able to breathe underwater. So.
And do you have to regularly receive additional training, either yearly or anything like that?
Yes, we typically try to do it monthly at minimum. Sometimes we don't because there's call-outs and other situations where we dive more often than that. So it all depends on what is occurring in the field.
So where do you leave to do the dive? Where do you leave from?
I believe we left from Coconut Grove and loaded on a my patrol vessel in Coconut Grove and responded from there.
And, you know, we've heard testimony about Cutter Bank. Did you know where in Cutter Bank the wrecked vessel was?
Yes.
And I think earlier you mentioned that FWC, did they make arrangements for there to be somebody who had eyes on the wrecked vessel from the time they learned of it to the time you got there?
Correct.
And why was that important to sort of have a babysitter for the crashed boat?
It's important to maintain chain of custody and make sure nobody messed with the vessel or took anything from the vessel. It could have also been a navigation hazard. People that navigate that area might not know it was there, especially at dark, and somebody could have run into it.
So was that a priority for FWC to make sure that happened?
Absolutely.
Okay. So when you arrive at the area of the crash site, what do you see?
There's an FWC vessel. There's also Miami-Dade vessels because Miami-Dade was assisting us with their dive team to facilitate being more efficient.
And is that common that Miami-Dade would assist FWC in a dive like this?
Yes, multi-agencies come together to help in situations like this, whether it's a crash or a significant event. We often work together.
Okay. So had you been to Cutter Bank before?
Yes, I've patrolled Cutter Bank before.
All right. And I know the jury has heard this description a few times, but can you just briefly describe what Cutter Bank looks like and the markings?
So Cutter Bank is a narrow channel. I describe it best as a funnel. If you're looking at Biscayne Bay is very wide north of that point, so the channel markers are spread apart and you have deeper water. So navigation north of Cutter Bank is more lax, if I could describe it that way. You're not as worried about running aground or having to go exactly in the markers. When you get to Cutter Bank, if you think of it as a funnel, you've got to go through this corridor where you have flats, very shallow water on both sides. So you really have to pay attention when you're going down or through Cutter Bank.
So you mentioned earlier that as part of the dive, there was going to be an effort to recover items underwater?
Correct.
Did you also document the scene with photographs?
Yes.
All right. And did you document the area of the boat crash as well as the nearby channel marker?
Yes.
Was there a Dayglow 15 marker at the top of the pillar when you got there?
No, the day boards, which would have been number 15, it's a green square, and there should have been 2 of them on the top of the marker so that if you're navigating from north to south, you could see one, and it tells you the east side of the channel. And then if you're navigating from south to north, you would see the opposite one as you're traveling northbound, and it'll let you know the east side of the channel.
Okay. I'm showing the defense 2N and 2Z for identification, if they could take a look. Okay, sir, I'm going to be showing you some photos. I'll kind of pass through them, take a look. And when I'm done, let me know if they fairly and accurately reflect what you saw when you arrived that morning, okay? Do they?
Yes, and I arrived, I believe, around noon or shortly after noon, just to clarify.
Your Honor, I ask that 2N through 2Z be introduced into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you.
State Exhibit 2N, previously modified indication, will become State Exhibit number 25.
I'm sorry, can you see?
2N will become State Exhibit number 25. You're welcome. 2O, 26. 2P, 27. 2Q, 28. 2R, 29. 2S, 30. 2T, 31. 2U, 32. 2V, 33. 2W, 34. 2X, 35. 2Y, 36. And 2Z, 37.
Thank you, Madam. May I approach the witness, Judge? All right, Lieutenant, I'm just going to show you these in groups. So I'm going to show you 25, 26, 27, and 28. Do these all show the perspective that you had of the capsized boat in relation to the pylon?
Yes, they do.
And are these photos, were they taken by you yourself?
Yes.
All right, may I publish these, Judge?
Yes.
And do these photos just offer different perspectives on the scene?
That's my question?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the perspective, looking from the marker in a southeasterly direction. You could see what would be Key Largo and Pumpkin Key in the background, in the horizon.
Are you able to approximate the distance of the capsized boat to the pylon?
It was several hundred yards. I don't remember the exact, if we have an exact distance. I believe on one of the images, there could possibly be a distance on a Google Earth image.
All right, and now I'm also showing you states 29 through 37. Are these various perspectives of the piling?
Yes,
And what is this made of?
the piling is a steel pipe. If you can picture a telephone pole, except instead of wood, it's steel. It's a pipe and it's hollow in the center.
Okay.
Does this go all the way to the seafloor?
Yes, that's hammered into the bottom, and that's what keeps it erect. Part of it is under the ground. Then you got what's not visible, that's below the water to the ground, and then you have what remains above the water line.
And who installs these?
That would have been probably Coast Guard, because it's a intercoastal waterway channel marker.
There's sort of like a whiteness at the top of it. What is that?
That is the feces of birds, water birds that land on the top of the
You
marker.
could say bird poop if you want.
I was trying to be more professional, but that is, the birds land on there, they go to the bathroom, and it ends up making those marks on the piling.
And I should ask you, what is supposed to be on top of this?
On top of that, if you look at may I look at them?
Yeah.
If you look at the markers, you'll see there's like a rectangle in the middle of the feces, and that would be where there would be a day board flush against one side of the piling, and then if you look from the south coming north, you would see the same thing. it's a, the best I could describe it is a rectangle where there's no feces, and that's where the day board would be. That's why there's no feces there.
So basically,
So there's no white.
there's gonna be a day board on one side, a day board on the other side, and the pylon in the middle.
Look at
Correct.
the judge.
And how are the day boards connected to this?
There's bolts and brackets that basically, the day board is made out of wood, and in this case, because it's a green, it's a square, and they're bolted to each other, kind of sandwiching the two boards to the pylon.
All right, may I publish some of these, Judge?
He really keeps insisting on saying feces and won't just say bird poop.
Yeah, he doesn't want to say poop. I don't blame him.
You got Satan in the wizard voice.
Don't say poop. Stick with feces. Far more professional.
So now we know that it is steel, or not the aluminum. So the aluminum must have been the green signage, and it's hollow, but it is in the ocean floor. As we knew that part, but I didn't know it was hollow.
The day board markers, what are they made of?
They're typically made of plywood, and they have some kind of laminate adhesive sticker on the face of it that faces out from the marker. And it's typically has some kind of reflective material so that, and when vessels navigating at night, the operator could see the markers and make it easier for them to identify the markers ahead.
What are the dimensions of the placard on, what are the dimensions?
I contacted Coast Guard, and they advised me it would be 3 feet by 3 feet. And I brought a piece of cardboard.
Wait.
Oh.
I'm showing you the fence was marked for identification, 3A through 3H. May I approach, Judge? And Lieutenant, I'm going to show you what's marked for identification 3A to 3H. Let me pass through them. And when I'm done, tell me if they fairly and accurately depict what you saw on this day. Okay, do they?
Yes, they do.
Judge, I'd ask that 3A through 3H be admitted into evidence. Thank you.
State Exhibit 3A, previously marked identification, will become State Exhibit number 38. 3B, 39. 3C, 40. 3D, 41. 3E, 42. 3F, 43. 3G, 44, and 3H, 45.
Thank you. All right, so Lieutenant, I'm going to ask, with the court's permission, if you could step down and help me publish some of these photos with the jury.
The judge just said, The field trip tuckered her out.
Yeah, she's ready for naps. It's naps 30 for the judge.
It probably was hot in the road.
Did she walk around in the road?
On the base of the shallow water, the treetops, which would be the roof, is actually on the bottom. So it's sitting there. It's not floating. It's sitting on the bottom. The grass, it's difficult to see, but you can see it's a grassy bottom. So it's just sitting, like it was sitting on somebody's front lawn upside down.
There.
Shallow water. Shallow water.
What is a 40? Does this show damage to the vessel?
Yes, it does.
Okay, can you show the jurors?
Hike them a little.
And now, that damage, what material is that?
This is fiberglass, which is and gel coat and paint that make up the hull or the underneath and side of the vessel. In this case, it's a Robalo. The manufacturer is the main, that's saying Ford and Nissan. Robalo is the manufacturer of the vessel.
You could have a seat. I'm just going to publish that.
This witness would have made more sense before the jury view.
Or like on like day 2.
Yeah.
Because I know we had issues on day 1.
He's a straight up foundational guy just to get stuff into evidence, these photographs.
And like even just understanding the composition of the channel marker.
All right, so
Yeah.
we've gone over the documentation of the pylon, the capsized vessel. Do you then dive underwater to document the underwater scene?
Yes, I do.
So take me through that. What do you do? How do you go about doing this type of a dive?
So the divers were, on this day, were Lieutenant Smith and I, and then we always leave a diver on the surface in case there's any kind of emergency. That person can immediately get in the water and render aid to if there's an entanglement or air issue or some kind of emergency, unforeseen event. That officer is on the vessel paying attention to us, that diver, ready to go and enter the water if he needs us, if we need him.
Okay, and do you each take turns just diving right in?
No, we go in together, always go in 2 people minimum for safety. And then on that particular day, I was recording and taking pictures with a GoPro camera, underwater and above the water.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about the GoPro camera. Is that something you're holding or is it on your person? How does that work?
It's a small camera that's in an underwater case, so it can be taken underwater, and I'm holding it. Prior to doing anything, I went around the vessel to get a 360 to see what was done or what was there before anything was touched. And I believe we did a second loop around the vessel to document everything before we touched any of the items that were on the vessel or around the vessel.
Now, when you went down to video record, do you do a 360 around the boat?
Yes.
And just before court started, were we watching videos of your recordings? Of the video recording?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And did they fairly and accurately reflect the video recordings on the date that we're talking about?
Yes.
All
It would have been the day after the accident. The accident was September 4th. This would have been the following day on September 5th.
And I'm showing the defense. Oh, I'm sorry, Kate. Would you mind marking this? Showing defense 4R. Then we, as I mentioned, we watched the video on the splash drive earlier today, and it fairly and accurately depicted the recording that you did.
I was on that the recording device that it was on.
That I just played for you?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I asked that 4R be admitted.
No objection.
State Exhibit 4R, gives the mark of identification, will become State Exhibit number 46.
Judge, may I publish states 46? And with the court's permission, Lieutenant, can you assist me with this?
Yes.
Do we have the?
Yes.
Okay. So,
I think this would be cool to see. let them get it set up.
I'm gonna sit. Can you stand right next to the screen?
We can bloop it. Alright, so they're gonna have 2 clips. The captions. Maybe.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause the video here. What are actually it's kind of hard to see. Let me keep going. So I don't know if it's a little bit hard to see on this screen, but what would you call this resting at the bottom?
This is the side of the center console or the T-top. The T-top will be the roof portion. The center console is the fiberglass cube with the steering and the screens are.
And so this T-top, is this where the captain of the vessel would be when they're operating?
It would be behind it, behind the steering wheel. It's hard to tell exactly what direction that
All right, Lieutenant, what side of the boat are we looking at here?
Here you're looking at the vessel upside down. This should be the starboard side. You can see the damage, which is all on the starboard side.
Did you guys see the little fish? Look over here.
And right at the end of the video, I'm just going to go back to so what is that we're looking at the back? This right here?
That is actually at the bow. That's the anchor at the very front of the vessel. I've done a 360-degree. I've gone all the way around the vessel and back at the front where I started.
Okay, so this is the front of the vessel. Correct. Okay. All right, keep standing, please. Now, GOPR 1522, I'm going to publish that for the record.
Look at this sticking out.
This is a compartment that's on the side, a panel that's been dislodged due to the damage. It's in front of what is the console here. Since it's upside down, it would be on the side based on the angle I'm taking the picture.
Okay.
The video.
I think that might be the thing that Ali and I thought
so
were.
Is this video sort of a closer perspective than the last video?
Like the bumper that you throw off the boat to dock, but it's not. It's a panel.
To the vessel, the other one was like further from the vessel itself.
What did they say it was?
It's a panel that got dislodged.
Oh.
But in the pictures that we looked at previously, because it was kind of smaller, it looked like it was an orange color. And Ali was like, hey, maybe it's a bumper. And to me, as soon as she said that, I was like, yeah, that does look like the same color. I don't know which picture it was that kind of showed it. But
yeah, I'm
one
here
of
for the
these.
record. I was snarfing behind the scenes by watching.
Yum. More
Yeah,
meatballs.
No, it was much louder and crunchier than that. So
Maybe it
that's
was
why
this
I was off
picture?
camera.
Right, you see how it looks like orange? It could have been one of those bumpers, but it's apparently like a like I don't know what material, but like metal panel that was part of the console build that popped out. So
Yeah, that thing. I don't know what that thing is. I don't know if that doesn't really look like a bumper either. Kind of looks like a
no, it's clearly
rotation
thinner from this angle. That detached from the console center or area on the starboard. I mean,
than the last video?
Correct.
It's a
the other
big
side.
hook.
This was more trying to
Right?
get
Isn't that
closer
scary?
into the vessel. The other one was
Yeah.
further from the vessel itself.
Like if you're getting thrown all willy-nilly, you get thrown in that direction.
So right here, what are we looking at? It's hard to kind of see on the screen, but
Yeah. Again, the vessel's upside down. You're going to see the top, which is the T-top here, the underside of it, because the part that's normally up to the sky is sitting on the bay bottom, and there you got some grass where it's sitting on the grass.
are you able to tell what area we're looking at here?
That's the helm area where the steering wheel would be, if they're made up right here. And then this is the console where all the electronics will be, here's the seat, and the leaning post area, or the backrest of the seat, the windshields up here.
Thank you.
That was cool.
Yeah. It was way less boring than the photographs.
All right, so
Incredibly boring.
you mentioned earlier that some underwater photographs were also taken, correct?
Correct.
So I'm showing
Jinxed
the
us.
defense has been marked 3I through 3R for identification purposes. Okay, may I approach, Judge? 3I through 3R. I'm going to go through them with you. Please take a look, and then when I'm finished, I'm going to ask whether or not they fairly accurately depict what you saw underneath the water when you were diving. Did they?
Yes, they do.
So did I ask that 3I through 3R be admitted?
State Exhibit 3I, previously marked identification, will become State Exhibit number 47. 3J, 48. 3K, 49. 3L, 50. 3M, 51. 3N, 52. 3O, 53. 3P, 54. 3Q, 55. And 3R, 56.
Good job, Kat. Good job.
Clerk. And Judge, same request if the witness can assist me in publishing?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so Lieutenant, these may actually be a little bit more visible than the video. Can we just go one by one and you sort of show the jury what are depicted in these photos?
Yes. In this image, you can see the T-top on the bottom
they're
of
not
the bay.
pulling
You see
them
the
out.
grass. Again, you're looking at the underneath.
I have that
All the
picture.
grass would normally be
So that's
facing the
this.
sky.
Yeah, you do.
See a telephone
Yeah, you
right
do.
here, which which is underneath of the T-top. This is the front windshield. We have side windshield here and side windshield here. The top of it would be the console and the compass there. So that's pretty much the boat upside down.
I'm going to be snacking while he's showing
And
these.
how about in states 48? What are we looking at here?
So again, this is the helm area. So now you're looking from what would be the seating or operating position. So you got the steering wheel, you've got the throttles, which you control with your hands. You got 2 GPS units right here. They're hard to see because they're dark right now. All the switches on the console. Again, the front windshield, side windshield, the other side windshield from this side. And then that's the panels that I was asked about before that have become dislodged, held in place by wiring. You can see these are battery switches. But obviously it's not in a normal position, it's just been dislodged.
Right, so I didn't want to block him pointing to where things are, so I know this is kind of awkward, but this is a close-up of that photo he's showing now. I guess it kind of isn't zoomed in, but this is a better angle of the photo he was just using. And
Now this is today's 49. What are we looking at here?
This is again the front of the console. You can see the front seat here. This is the seating area. This is the backrest. You can see the port side, which is not damaged. You can see light coming in through the starboard side due to the damage to the vessel. Again, the front windshield, side windshield.
Okay, and you could have a seat, Lieutenant. I'll finish publishing the rest of these. So because the boat is upside down, Lieutenant, I guess a better way to see everything as what it really is to kind of like flip the picture.
Correct. It would make it easier to see what you're looking at, but it's just turning the vessel upside down.
Now, when you're diving and recording the scene, are you simultaneously collecting things?
We wanted to document everything first, so the video is before anything was touched, both videos.
So after the scene is documented, do you then enter into, I guess, what we can call maybe recovery mode or something like that?
That is correct.
How do you and your partners collect evidence from the bottom of the ocean floor or the bay floor?
Fortunately, it wasn't very deep, maybe 6-7 feet, and we were able to grab stuff and then hand it up to the officer and the other diver that remained on the surface.
If you're a tall guy, how tall are you?
6'2".
Okay, if you stood on the floor of the bay, do you think you'd...
I don't think I could have been out of the water.
Okay. So who assisted you in recovering evidence?
Lieutenant Smith was the other diver, so either him or I would have grabbed whatever we recovered from around the vessel and underneath the vessel and handed it up to the remaining personnel on our FWC patrol vessel.
So are all of you sort of working together as a group?
We were as one group focused on the vessel. Then to make things simple, Miami-Dade's dive team was focused on the area of the channel marker and any evidence that was located in that vicinity.
How many times would you say, and you could estimate, how many times would you say that you dove down to the ship and started getting evidence? Was it like 10
It's,
times?
it's
20
hard to say
times?
because we're on tanks. I might have been handing stuff to Lieutenant Smith and he was giving it back. You know, we try to do it in a systematic manner and work our way around the vessel so we don't miss something. So it's not free diving where we're constantly going up and down. It's grab as much as you can, maybe get a couple handfuls, and then when we feel we need to stop, you know, I would stay where we were left off. He would hand stuff up, and then once he came back, we'd continue around the vessel.
Are you like collecting these items with your hands, or do you have a net? What does that look like?
I think it was mainly with our hands, depending on what we're diving for. In this case, I believe it was our hands. Maybe we had gloves on. I don't recall.
And then when items of evidence were recovered, what would you do with them?
We would hand them up to the officers or personnel on the vessel, and they would put them in the vessel.
Does FWC maintain custody of recovered evidence from the time it's grabbed by a diver to essentially today?
Yes.
And are records kept to make sure that there is what we call like a chain of custody from point A to point Z here in the courtroom?
Yes, property receipts, and every time they are handed off to the next person, it's logged.
So do you do anything else out on the water regarding evidence collection, setting aside the boat itself for right now?
I believe once we recovered everything we could from the vessel, I believe we got together with Miami-Dade's team who had recovered several pieces of evidence from around the marker. They gave it to us, we placed it on our vessel. We brought everything into, if I remember correctly, Convoy Point, which is a channel that you access by coming in through Homestead Bayfront Channel. Convoy Point is what is known as Biscayne National Park. It's their headquarters where their law enforcement docks. So it's a secured facility. We went there to unload everything that we had recovered, to give it to one of the officers to relay to our office.
And the items of evidence that were collected during the dive, do you also photograph them?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so I'm showing the defense what has been marked for identification purposes as 4I through 4Q.
Was there any prior objection?
They maintain their prior objection.
4I through 4Q, Lieutenant. I'm going to scroll through just like I did before. And when I'm finished, can you just let me know if it fairly and accurately reflects the items of evidence that you and your partners collected on September 5th, 2022? Does it?
Yes, they do. Again, some of them were collected by Miami-Dade, and some of them were collected by us on the vessel or underneath the vessel.
Judge, I'd ask that all of these items 4I through 4Q be admitted into evidence, please.
State Exhibit 4I, previously marked by identification, will become State Exhibit number 57. 4J, 58. 4K, 59. 4L, 60. 4M, 61. 4N, 62. 4O, 63. 4P, 64. And 4Q, 65.
May I proceed with the Judge? So, Lieutenant, I'm showing you first States 57 as well as States 58. Are these sort of overviews of all of the items that were collected?
These are the overview of the items collected from the vessel and surrounding areas of the vessel.
Okay. And actually, before I ask the publisher, what are some of the items that were collected and are documented in this photo?
Starting from left, there's some clothing, there's 8 phones, a pair of glasses, miscellaneous, there's a couple pairs of glasses. There's miscellaneous fiberglass pieces from the vessel. Looks like a portion of a hatch belonging to the vessel. Looks like some kind of a fabric cooler, the fire extinguisher, miscellaneous clothing, another canvas type bag. There's a couple of Yeti type tumbler cups and a couple of Trulies and a Bud Light can.
Did you say Yeti type tumbler?
Yes.
Okay. May I publish that, Judge? Yes. And where were these recovered from?
They were either underneath the vessel or around the vessel.
We're gonna look at some close-ups in a moment.
Okay, hopefully they put them on screen is what that means.
You mentioned
That'd be
cell
optimal.
phones and glasses. I'm showing you what is marked state 60, 59, and 61. Are these the cell phone and glasses?
It would have been, these are the ones we recovered. I believe these were around the marker by Miami-Dade. If you see in these images, we got these 8. So this is the stuff that we recovered from the vessel. This group of items would have been recovered by Miami-Dade around, Miami-Dade divers around the marker.
So yeah, I'm getting ahead of you actually, Lieutenant, so let me slow down. So let's do 59 and 60 then. You're saying that these cell phones were cell phones recovered around or in the Pino boat?
Correct.
And that was recovered by FWC?
Correct.
Okay, may I publish that, Judge? I think there are 8. And so moving on to what I was getting ahead of you on, in states 61, 62, and 63, are these the cell phones that you said were provided to you by the Miami-Dade diving team and then you took custody of them?
That is correct. And in this image, you have, again, a tumbler type Yeti style stainless cup, 4 pairs of sunglasses. We've recovered a couple gold colored earrings and 3 cell phones.
Okay. May I publish them, Judge?
Yes.
And these were by the marker, did you say?
Correct.
Were there also some IDs in one of the phones?
Several of the phones we were able to identify because they either had little pockets or between the phone and their cases, they had identifications on them.
Okay. Now I'm showing you what's in evidence of state 64 as well as state 65. What do these photos depict?
These photos depict pieces of fiberglass, pieces of the hull of the vessel damaged in the impact that were on the bay bottom. Again, recovered by Miami-Dade divers. You also have a portion of a day placard that was with a bolt that is what kept it on the bottom. Since the placard is made of wood, it would have floated away if it wasn't for that bolt.
And we're going to go back to that. Before we go back to the marker with the bolt, where was this located? Was it around the boat itself?
I believe this was all around the marker.
Okay, the marker.
The marker, correct.
All right, may I publish that, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, so the piece of the green marker that's in this photo, did you bring that with you to court today?
I did.
Lieutenant, I'm showing you what's now marked for identification as 4S. Can you please take a look at it? Can you first describe the packaging of this item of evidence?
So this is a clear packaging that was packaged at our office so that I could bring and have it labeled the recovered portion of the day marker, which would have been marker 15 from Cutter Bank.
So after recovery, where has this object been the entire time?
This, once we got everything to the office, and the boat we were done processing the boat, getting evidence from the boat, all the items and everything were put into the boat, and the boat was shrink wrapped.
Shrink wrapped?
Correct.
Why was the entire boat shrink wrapped?
To preserve the evidence as best as possible.
Now,
I hate using
today
shrink
the
wrap.
boat
Can you
wasn't
imagine
shrink-wrapped.
shrink wrapping a
When
boat?
did the boat become unshrink wrapped, opened up?
I don't
No,
remember
be a
the exact date,
nightmare.
but I believe the attorneys needed to go see it, wanted experts to look at the vessel, and through the court processes, it was ordered to be removed.
They probably
And,
have like these tall
At some point it was
rolls.
removed, and once you remove it, we can't put it back because that's something that has to be applied with heat, and once you take it off, very difficult, almost impossible to put back on.
So just to break that down, are you saying that the state and the defense inspected the boat immediately after the shrink wrap was removed, and now the way the juror saw it is after the shrink wrap was removed?
Correct. I also saw it, without any of the items that were in it, we were asked to remove any items that were in the vessel, so they wouldn't have seen that.
And that could have been hazardous if they fell on.
Correct, and itchy and uncomfortable because it's fiberglass.
Your Honor, I would ask that 4S be admitted as evidence.
Let's see it.
Oh, sure, so, I'm sorry for interrupting you. That's okay. I would be asking that this be admitted as evidence, Judge. Okay.
State Exhibit 4S, one for identification, will become State Exhibit number 66.
Thank you. And if the witness could step down to help me. All right, Lieutenant, so I'm going to hand the marker to you. Can you sort of explain how it's made, what the bolt is, if you can do all of that, show it to the juror?
So what you're looking at is a portion of the dayboard or marker. It's a corner portion, you can see the straight edge here and a straight edge here. I don't know which corner, but it would have been a square. The green tells the operators of the vessel what side of the channel you're on. In this particular case, you're on the east side of the channel. The green, they have numbers also, so that you know as you're looking at a GPS or a chart, what actual marker you're at. And then that helps you identify which way you're going when the next marker is in sequence. If you miss a marker, you can deviate from the channel, run around, and cause damage to your vessel or your so again, it's made out of plywood, it's got some kind of wrap or adhesive. It helps get it discolored, it's like a vinyl material, the best I can describe it. You see that there's a bolt here, and that is what actually kept it on the bottom, because it being wood, it would have floated away like the rest of the marker probably did, because once we got there, there was no day boards. So the environment we work in is a dynamic environment. It's not like on land when something lands, it's going to be there. On the water, it's very different, especially if it floats. Either the current or the winds and the waves would take it away if it floats. So in this particular scenario, this rod, which is what holds, as I described before, we got a pipe like a telephone pole, and you got two pieces of wood. A rod goes to the sides, holding one to the other, and sandwiching them, keeping them affixed to the pipe. Once the boards were broken and destroyed from the impact, obviously they came apart and wood floated away. Fortunately, the weight of the rod was overcame the buoyancy of the wood and kept it on the bottom near the marker where that was recovered.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You go to the seat. May I publish this, Judge? This is States 66. Now, did you bring another item of evidence with you to court today?
Yes, I did.
You said you did?
Yes, I did.
showing the defense was marked for ID 4T. May I approach, Judge? Lieutenant, you mentioned that, before you do anything, you mentioned that you brought another item of evidence with you here today. Is that what I'm showing you in states 4T for identification?
Yes, it is.
And similar to the piece of the channel marker, was this in the custody of FWC from the time of its recovery to today?
Yes, it is. It has been.
Where was it stored? Was it also stored in the vessel?
That is correct.
And then was it removed before the jury viewing?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the packaging here, it's plastic wrapped. Did you do that for purposes of court?
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to ask that 4T please be admitted.
No objection.
State Exhibit 4T, marked identification, will become State Exhibit number 67.
Okay. With the court's permission, could the witness borrow some gloves and open up the exhibit to publish to the jury?
Yes.
All right. Matt, do you have an extra pair of gloves for us by any chance, or Renee might? So just hold on one second, because I want to get yours first.
I'll bring you another last one.
One moment, Lieutenant, sorry. Just waiting. Maybe while we're waiting, move on, Judge, actually, and then we'll come back to this. So, Lieutenant, prior to court, we spoke about the dimensions of a channel marker.
That is correct.
Did you bring something to use a demonstrative aid to show the size of the channel marker?
Yes, I was able to determine the size of the day board or day marker, and it was 3 feet by 3 feet.
All right, and so I can mark this even though it's just going to be a demonstrative. And just for the record, there's no writing on any of this, it's just the demonstrative. So, Lieutenant, I have, well, showing you as, I'm showing you for you as a demonstrative. Is this the size of the channel marker 15?
The day board, that would have been the size of each of the boards that goes on the pipe.
Okay, so basically, are you saying there'd be one board on one side and then one board on the other side?
That is correct.
2.
That is correct.
And the size of each board is this?
Correct.
And this is put up so that boaters can know where to go?
That identifies the channel and that aids the boaters in staying within the channel, and it's maintained by United States Coast Guard.
And is this in day glow green, the real one?
The real one would have some kind of reflective green to make it easier to identify at night in the darkness.
Okay. All right, so I think we have the gloves now. Are they going to fit you, though?
One size fits all.
Ms. Adams was suggesting that I do it, but you were here. You're okay with it? Yes.
big thing. You might want to double them up if you're going to grab the fiberglass.
I'll just grab the fingertips.
And this is just since the plastic was a little bit, obstructing it, could you take the item out of the plastic and show the jurors? And for the record, it states 67. And just be careful because there's fiberglass. I'll hold this for you. So if you could show the front first and then the back.
Want to shred it?
Yeah.
So that is what would be the starboard side of the vessel. You can see part of the manufacturer that says Robalo, and it's the same color as the hull. And then this will be facing the inside, that typically wouldn't be exposed.
A mess.
Yeah. Kat, why did he pick such an ugly color for the boat? I don't understand it.
And while you're doing that, if we could just do the same thing with the piece of the channel marker, it states 16. I can show you the
Like institutional green. I don't know.
I'll take this back.
Weird light green.
Do you mind opening up
all the
institutions, please? Use your hands. The glove. So this happens is right.
Let me put the gloves in that evidence bag.
Oh yeah. I don't need
Why are we doing this?
And again, now it's out of the packaging. This is states 6.
Don't get a splinter.
Actually, that's helpful.
This is one board. You got the plywood behind it vertically, and you have another board making a sandwich. So one board faces north for the southbound loader, and then if you put it on the other board, it will be on the other side, faces south for the northbound loaders. As you were describing, you got this like a vinyl material that's stuck onto the plywood, and this is reflective, especially it's very important at night. It's very difficult to see, and typically voters will use a light or Q-beam to illuminate the next marker. That's what helps you go from marker to marker and stay in good water so you don't run around and stay in a safe area.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Scissors back. Thank you.
All right, so we've gone through the recovery of some evidence. We've gone through the underwater video. How does FWC, how do you get a big boat onto land after a crash like this?
And one of the first things we have to do is we have to have bids. We got a contract, a company that will salvage the boat and float it and tow it in safely. Typically CETO or Boat US are the ones that first come to mind. There are others, but we have to get bids as part of the process due to the cost of something like that. It's several $1,000s. I believe in this case it was $8,000 was the lowest bid. And they go out there, they are trained in resurfacing the vessel, towing it in and keeping it dewatered, and then they'll take it to the nearest boat ramp typically, and we'll be waiting with our patrol vehicles and an FWC trailer that's big enough to place the vessel onto it.
Were you present when the vessel was salvaged by the professional company?
I was not.
Who was present?
I'd have to look on the...
That's okay. No, it's fine.
It would have been whatever officers were assigned to watch the vessel the morning of what would have been the 6th.
All right. Do you document the exterior of the vessel with photographs after it was salvaged?
I believe the officers would have taken pictures during the process. I took pictures once it was removed from the water and onto the trailer.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as 2L, 2K, and 2M. I'm showing the defense. Yeah. Okay, so we have 2L through 2M, Lieutenant. I'm going to pass through them. Is this the vessel that was recovered by FWC and the professional contractor?
Yes, it was. It is. Yes, it was.
And is this last photograph a photo of the interior of the vessel?
Yes, it is.
And they fairly and accurately depict what you saw when the vessel was salvaged?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these items be admitted.
No objection.
No objection.
State Exhibit 2N, previously marked identification, will become State Exhibit number 68. 2K, 69. And 2L, 70.
Thank you. And actually, Lieutenant, before I publish these items of evidence to the jury, I just want to sort of ask you questions regarding your background and training. Have you ever received any specialized training in vessel crashes?
Yes.
Can you tell me about how you were able to get that specialized knowledge?
When we're officers, we typically try to go to NASBLA boating accident training.
So stop. NASBLA, what is that?
I believe it's National Association of State Boating Law Administrators. It's a group that focuses on safety and boating safety.
Now, when you actually attend, or how many hours of class did you attend for that?
There's 2 different classes. I've attended both the primary class, which is level 1. It's a 40-hour block. And then at a later time, you would attend level 2, which is another 40-hour block.
So a total of 80?
Correct.
Okay. So during those 80 hours, what are you learning about?
You're learning about how to investigate boating accidents, how to look at evidence, different types of evidence, looking at the damage on the vessels to try to determine how the accident happened. With technology, we can look at GPSs, telephones, looking at anything that has evidentiary value that can assist in bringing the picture together as to what occurred, whether it's a multiple vessel accident or in this case, a vessel and a marker. You're looking at the evidence that you have before you to make that determination. Sometimes you're fortunate and you have electronics like GPS or phones that you can download, and we've learned over the years to use that to be able to get additional evidence to help us hone in on what happened. They'll provide times, coordinates, different things that can assist the investigation. In some cases, you do not have electronics. Not every boater is required to have a phone or a GPS. So you might have an accident where there is no electronics.
Let me stop you real quick, because I want to focus more on, is there a way that you can look at the damage to a vessel and understand how the vessel was impacted by another body, be it a stationary object or another vessel? Can you talk about something more like that?
Yeah, we would look at...
Can we go sidebar?
All right, we're approaching.
Good blooping. Good blooping. Bloop, 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 bloop.
It's a long one.
George's taking a lot of notes. Is he doodling? It's probably.
Ready.
What?
The gallery was too chatty. Just like how we have to send our chat to the hallway.
Yes.
Take a very brief This is just a brief break. It's not our coffee break yet. Okay, just a brief break. Are there enough chairs in the jury room?
Yes, unless someone moving. Let me count them real quick.
I want to make sure, because I'm just going to use the jury to step into the jury room. Ladies and gentlemen, leave your notepads at your seats if you would. Just step into the jury room. This will take a minute.
All right.
We have a present from a fan of the show.
The gift?
For Bob. Oh my gosh, that door slam was loud.
With authority.
Are you ready?
Oh yeah.
So please refrain from using phrases like scientific phrases, or force, or speed, or any thing that would imply that you're testifying in an expert type of capacity. Because you are an accident reconstructionist, you understand from your testimony what information you have. But listen carefully to also counsel's questions. Just refrain from using any type of technical language in your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think, did you say physics as well?
Yes,
Okay.
physics, anything, the physics of it, the force, all this terminology, more scientific type terminology that would come from someone, well, you have the training you have, would come from someone with different types of training in physics and expertise in those lines.
Understood, Your Honor.
We'll just follow the questions.
Okay.
Let me lower this volume. So I think the prosecutor called that sidebar to make sure they coach before whatever they're about to get into. We also have a viewer submitted amazing piece of art here depicting Bob the Boater.
Is that DB again?
No.
It's pretty awesome. I love that. I love
It was
that.
giggle glimmer.
I love it. It's fabulous. It's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Send that to me immediately. I'd like that to be my no background.
It's technically available too, but you just don't ever use Discord.
Oh, it's on the cord of the disc. Yeah.
So there we go. Let's get the jury back in.
Thank you.
Guys,
I love that.
This volume has been a mess because they turned up something in the courtroom that's picking up way more of the ambient noise. Like all of the exhibits being moved around are super loud today. And then this witness is very good at using the mic, but the prosecutor and the judge are not. So he's like yelling into the mic compared to the others. And I don't want anyone to have all these loud noises. It's just picking up so much court noise today. The only square.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Lieutenant, I was asking you some questions regarding some specialized training that you have. Really what I'm trying to ask is how a vessel behaves differently than an automobile when it strikes an object. Can you talk about... Can you talk about when a vessel is in a crash, how it behaves?
Objection.
Tighten up that question, counsel.
But hold
Why
on.
wouldn't they just call an actual expert?
Exactly. Exactly.
They want their own people to do it.
And this guy is, you know, I mean, they really used him just to get all the evidence in. You know, I mean, you always have to lay your foundation.
Lieutenant, when we were at the jury view of the boat, was there different types of damage to the vessel?
Yes.
All right. Can you describe different types of damage to a vessel that you would see?
Objection, Judge.
To the vessel in question.
Laura to the rescue.
Yep. I think what we're going to do, Lieutenant, just to move past this, is go to the vessel itself, okay?
Yes, sir.
So this is already in evidence. And let's start with states 69, okay? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm going to show you this right now. May the witness step off the witness stand, Judge?
Yes.
So, Lieutenant, the jurors have seen this record. Can you sort of describe that damage to them so they have a better understanding of what it is? And do you need a bigger photo?
You have one?
Yeah. From the inside.
So, this is the damage consistent with having struck a mark. I think about it and keep it. The judge's instruction, please.
And what, can you describe the actual damage to the vessel, the body of the vessel?
Yes, so you're going to see damage begins at about this point. It's hard to tell in this image. If there's something that more zoomed in, I can.
Okay, let me get you more zoomed in. Have a seat. Hold on one second. Yep. Madam Clerk, can you mark this for me, please? I'm showing the defense was now marked as 4V. You had asked for a close-up of what I was showing you, 4V. Is this a close-up of the damage to the vessel?
That is from the stern.
All right, and would this aid you in explaining the extent of the damage to the jurors?
It will help. Do we have one from the bow? Where the initial impact?
And so I'm adding to what I'm showing you 4W and 4X.
That was a lot.
Helps you explain it better.
It's a big one. Right into the mic. They leaned in.
May I approach? So this is 4V, 4W, and 4X for identification. Will these photos assist you in explaining to the jury?
Yes.
All right. And so, do you remember at the viewing, Lieutenant Thompson pointed out two parts of the vessel to the jury?
Yes.
Okay. And so those parts of the vessel, are they depicted in 4W and 4X?
Yes, they are.
All right. And are these two separate locations, one towards the front and one towards the middle?
That is correct.
Okay. I'd ask that all three of these photos be admitted, Judge.
Objection.
State Exhibit 4V, previously marked by identification, will become State Exhibit number 71, 4X, 72, and 4W, 73.
Thank you, Judge. And now may the lieutenant step down to help. Okay, so Lieutenant, you asked for a photo that was closer to the front of the ship. Is that what I'm showing you here as State 73?
Yes.
All right. Can you use this exhibit to show the jurors what you wanted to show them about the impact?
So what you can see on this image of the vessel, you can see a portion of green here, which that's where that vessel made contact with the day one, and that's transferred, which you can be seen here. And that is very close to the initial impact point. This is one of the furthest forward portion of damage on the vessel. And you've got transfer from the day one, which would have been the green marker.
All right, and now midship, State 72, does that also show transfer on it?
Yes, it does.
And can you sort of point to it for
You
the
can see there's green transfer here, and then tells us that also made contact with the day board, leaving a mark.
So does that mean that the vessel upon impact would have obviously reached the day board marker to make that color?
That is correct.
All right. And then lastly, going to the full ship photo, photo 71, can you sort of explain what we see in the damaged part of the vessel? What is the breaks in the vessel?
So the damage you see is damage consistent with the piling making impact, or the vessel making impact with the piling. And that's why you're missing sections of the vessel. And it's when it's actually pushed in, it's very difficult to see the vessel from the impact.
So are you saying that the piling struck the body of the vessel and then the marker scraped along the top?
No. So the vessel struck the piling.
Right.
Is the first thing. As the vessel's going by, it hits at the front, or it transfers. Remember, the day board is on the top, the very top of the piling, so it's very high. It's the higher portion of the vessel, and the furthest out from the vessel would have been near the bow on the starboard side. That contacted the day board. As that is getting crushed in, and it's leaving a mark due to the contact, then the vessel impacts the actual piling, crushing the side of it. And remember, the vessel's tendency would also be to lean because of the impact with the marker at the same time, exposing the underside to getting crushed by its force against the steel pipe.
Objection.
Listen to the judge's tone.
To getting crushed by its force against the steel pipe.
Objection.
I told you, not an expert. Don't let him act like one. Yeah, to your question, why did we get an actual accident reconstruction guy or gal? Like, why didn't they do that? Why are they showing these small ass pictures? Why don't they have them like up on the screen? Why didn't
And they made these big blow-ups of everything
if you
else.
were to be in a boat and bump into a buoy, what direction would the vessel go towards?
Bump into a buoy.
Objection.
Baba buoy.
You could answer, Lieutenant. Thank you for being here.
Okay. If you could clarify it a little bit more, a buoy is not fixed, so it's going to have to depend on the current and where the vessel, what direction the vessel's, and what side of the vessel's.
Let's just use this as an example. If a vessel hits a stationary object, what direction would you expect the vessel to go?
It's going to, how do I explain?
And again, looking at what happened here, if the front starboard side impacts a stationary object, where would you expect the vessel to go?
The vessel's gonna start to heel over as the collision is happening, and the damage is wanting to slow the vessel, and the vessel's forward motion wants to keep going. Therefore, it's crushing what's making contact from the vessel, fiberglass, with the steel piling in this case.
Okay. And thank you, Lieutenant. I know that took a minute to get through, but thank you. I appreciate your patience. So let me ask you, earlier you had mentioned GPS, okay? Did you recover the GPS in this case?
The GPSs were documented. There was 2 of them on the vessel. I believe the brand is Simrad. They were documented when we dove the vessel. Ultimately, they were removed once the vessel was brought to shore, and I was the one who removed them.
And Simrad, what is Simrad?
Simrad is a brand, just like saying Garmin or Apple or some other make of the product.
Now, prior to removing the Simrad GPS from the vessel itself, do you document it?
Yes.
Photographs?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm showing you what's marked for identification, 3S through 4H. And before I do that, let me just show the defense. May I approach this?
Yes.
All right, so Lieutenant, I'm gonna flip through the photos again the way I have been. Yeah. And when I'm finished, I'm gonna ask you if they fairly and accurately depict the devices that you saw on the boat and whether or not you in fact recovered them. Do they fairly and accurately depict that?
Yes, they do.
Does it ask that these items be admitted into evidence? No objection.
State Exhibit 3S, marked identification, will become State Exhibit number 74. 3T, 75. 3U, 76. 3V, 77. 3W, 78. 3X, 79. 3Y, 80, 3Z, 81, 4A, 82, 4B, 83, 4C, 84, 4D, 85, 4E, 86, 4F, 87, 4G, 88, and 4H, 89.
Thank you. Can the lieutenant step down, Judge? Tell publish. Okay.
Can you step down and tell more science to the jury?
Not much longer. So, Lieutenant, can you describe what's the State 74 and show the jury?
This is the console of the vessel after it was pulled out of the water, out of the water and placed on a trailer. It was pulled out at Homestead Bayfront Park, which is a public boat ramp. Adjacent to that boat ramp is Biscayne National Park headquarters. The boat was taken there because it's a law enforcement facility. That way the public doesn't have access to it, and we can securely take pictures, document the vessel. And this is a picture of the console of the vessel on the trailer. We can see the 2 Simrad GPS units right here. Where I'm pointing to.
And actually,
like little screens.
that's okay with that because I'm going to show you close-ups of the screens in a second. 76 and 75. What are these screens used for?
For navigation, those are GPSs, global positioning systems, and they'll have charts on them, which is an aid to the operator to navigate safely.
And there are 2 screens?
There's 2 screens on this particular vessel.
All right. How about in State 77? What is this?
That is I discussed that before. That was a panel where the battery switches are that have been dislodged and was held in place by the cables in the wire that have been dislodged by the impact.
Now, the actual devices themselves, were they behind like a bolted compartment?
So to remove them, you have to access the back side of them. So if you're looking at the console, the screens are in front of you. You would have to go to the front of the console, open the door, and get to what would be the back of the screens. And there's a panel that needs to be removed so you can access the back of each of the screens.
And is that what I'm showing you in State 79?
That is a picture of the board. So phone manufacturers are not going to want all those wiring exposed, so they put this panel to make it look clean and sharp. So I had to remove that panel to have access to the back of the GPS to be able to remove it.
And then, so when you remove the panel, is that what's depicted in State 80?
That is, once the panel is removed, that's what you're looking at the back side of the console, looking from the front of the vessel towards the back inside the console.
Now, actually just going back quickly to State 80, are there two separate devices, or what is that?
That's the back of both of the units. You see the right you can see this is going to be your port side, and it's indicated whoever wired it wanted to keep things organized, and they put red tape on them on the wiring. And then this is your starboard, which has green tape on it. And that's typically because vessels on the port side, which is your left, right behind the wheel, is your red light. On your right side, which is your starboard, that has the green light. So if you just say right and left, it can get confusing depending on how you're looking at the vessel. Where when you say port or starboard, it doesn't matter how you look at the vessel, you're clear on what side you're currently.
And does that match the color of the markers as well, red and green?
That is correct. The red and green, they tell you what side of the marker you're supposed to be on, depending on the channel.
So I'm looking at 81 and 82. Are these just close-ups of the red and green?
That is correct. So this would be your port unit. So if you're looking at the back of the console, it will be like this. This will be your left port because of the red. Green is your starboard side. So that's how you can tell without being physically on the vessel.
And then finally, were there some photos that you took that showed the serial numbers on the GPS?
Yes, each unit has a serial number. So part of the process when we document is document the serial numbers. And you can see in this image, this is the port because it's got red tape on the power cables and on the cables themselves. And then you can see here it says SN and it's got a serial number ending in 787. So this is your port unit. And you need further clarification. So that's the one, if you're standing behind the steering wheel, to the port side.
And now this one, can I see that? Now this one I'm showing you ending in 796. Do you see the beginning of the green cable there?
Yes, it is.
And what does that mean again?
So, again, this is the opposite unit. The green is your starboard. And there's two pictures because this one came out a little blurry. So I had to take a close-up of it. And you can see this one ends in, it says SN serial number, has a mapping number, but it ends in 796. And again, in this image, you can see the power cables or the accessory cables, and it's got green tape on it, which is me zooming in to give a clear explanation.
Well, after this, we're going to look at the other item that brought with you.
He was the one who was asking.
Thank you. Okay. So, Lieutenant, did you bring these devices with you to court?
I did.
And are they in this big box over here?
Yes, they are.
for identification or why? Unless anything has changed, kind of, these are the devices that you brought with you?
That is correct.
All right, and you see, I guess there's a property label on these?
That is correct. One of the two has a tag attached because they were both the same item number.
They are in this microphone.
This is our evidence tag.
Oh, yeah.
It's quantity.
Big noises.
Item number 28 for us in our evidence system. And it's two SIMRAD units with the serial numbers on there. Would you like for me to read them
No,
out?
that's okay. I asked that these items be admitted.
Looks like that's the GPS there, Kat.
Both of them or just the one? Like,
I don't
they
know.
have two, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a second box and do this all over.
Hopefully it's equally as loud.
Said exhibit 2Y composites, marked for identification. Become state exhibit number 90, composite.
What number do they start out with this guy?
90.
29?
All right, Lieutenant, with the court's permission, would you mind stepping down and showing
might have
the
been.
jurors these devices? Okay.
More exhibits than that.
It was in the 20s when they started, when she started taught.
If you can just go one at a time.
This is going to be one of the two SIMRAD GPS units. If you look back here, you can see a power cable. We removed that because it's part of the process to try to get the units fired up to extract data from them. This is what I was referring to when they installed it. This would indicate this is the port GPS unit, and this would have been a port cable when they wired it. So that's an easy way for us to identify. That's why I left it on. And then if you read through here, you can see it's really small. That is the serial number that I read before. The serial number is a serial sticker. You can see it here. And you see they have different serial numbers, obviously, because the manufacturer want to keep track of the product and know for warranty purposes. That's it.
If you could do the same thing with the second one.
So this will be the starboard unit, which is the one behind the helm to the right. And again, this one got green tape on it, that made it easier for us to identify. And then it's got a label down here, with the serial number as well. So, want a closer look?
No, it's okay.
I saw him kind of, I wanted to see it, but
They'll be able to look at it when it's,
so these are the two units that were on the vessel when you guys viewed the vessel. This one.
you're pretty good. And just we're taking a brief break. Did you want to take a brief break? I'm pretty close. Maybe 5-10 minutes.
I want to take a break.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break now. Please put your notepad up the envelopes.
Alright.
Judge had had enough, Kat. Had enough.
What?
Judge had had enough. She had enough of this testimony.
She needs to
Answering
go
of
back in her
evidence.
chambers and go.
Oh, much.
All right, we can do a little bit of chat revival as soon as I pull this off the screen. They don't do any housekeeping right here, you guys. They go straight to break. So chat, come back for a few minutes.
Yeah, let's go.
Chat is back on. Come, let us know what you're thinking about this portion of the presentation.
Let's go.
And I have
Chill
mixed
back.
feelings. I wanted to see this stuff so badly, but it's a slow presentation. And oh, I think I got something playing on my phone. And we heard the prosecutor say earlier, like, yeah, we do have a second witness today. Well, who is it? So is this like slowing it down, delaying it so they can coordinate whoever they might need to call later if this witness gets done quickly?
I think this is just, when you've got to put these foundational witnesses on, the people that take the pictures at the crime scene, and somebody had asked, Marie in Denver had tweeted at us. She said, can you maybe say why these pictures are relevant and not just confusing, please? I mean, it's the evidence in the case. Granted, they went out to go see, the boat live and in person, but still, in terms of any case, you have to assume that the juries know nothing. And everything about that case that's relevant, you have to bring in. And obviously, the damage to the boat, the damage to the mile, or the what do they call them? Not a mile marker.
Channel marker.
Channel marker. They brought in the actual damaged piece from the channel marker. It's all evidence in the case, and the only way that you can get it in is this way. And it's, we've put in somewhere in upwards of 60 pieces of evidence through this one witness. Like I wouldn't even call it a presentation. It's just they're getting their evidence in.
Checklist.
Yeah. And that's the problem when they're trying to have this guy do double duty. Like typically when you're watching a trial, they'll just have a cop come on, and that cop's whole role for the trial is just to sit there and, get the evidence in by saying, yeah, this is what it reflects. Is it accurate? Yes. And then they enter the evidence in, and you go through that process, and they're not fun witnesses to watch, but what they did here is they were trying to have this guy do some double duty and get into some accident reconstruction, and the judge wasn't having it. I mean, that's not who this guy is. So I was under the impression we were going to be seeing at some point today the drone footage stuff. So
Well, and that's why she said yesterday we're going to call Thompson, but then she couldn't say who the second witness they plan to call is. And, it's local time because I'm on the East Coast, so the court is also the same time. It's 3:48 p.m. here. The judge said she wants to go to 5:30. We haven't even gotten to cross on this, and there are some things the defense is going to want to cross on here, although they might leave some other things for other witnesses. But that's going to take us pretty close to where there's only like 30-45 minutes left in the day for a second witness. So if it's no longer going to be Thompson, is Thompson just not available to come in right now or something? He was available to do the jury viewing because they said he's the one that pointed out during the field trip that, all right, we've got these markers, 2 markers on this Robalo, but we added those for our investigation just as notes to ourselves. They're not part of the boat originally.
yeah.
And we've got Ali back. Ali knew
Hey,
the chat
guys.
was back and said, hey.
No, but
Yeah, like I just want to be clear, like this wasn't the witness trying to explain what happened. They tried to do it a little bit towards the end there, but like this witness was simply to get in all of the videos that he took while he was, scuba diving, and obviously the videos and pictures that they took above ground or above water. So I mean, he's like, that was in no way, shape, or form. I don't know if the state's going to ever do it at this point. Like, I don't know who is coming in to explain their theory of what they think happened. I mean, obviously, this guy said, well, it looks like the boat hit the channel marker here in the front. And then kind of what you were saying, Kat, where it looks like the speed of the boat caused it to probably lift out of the water a bit. And then maybe that it just hits that channel marker and it tears through it, while it's in the air. Like, as I imagine, it probably, whatever caused it to come out of the air because it capsized one of 2 ways, right? Either by sinking or I don't know if it was airborne or not. I don't know. It's like, those are the things we still don't know about this case. Like, what happened with this boat when it struck the thing,
Oh, I missed this. So real quick before I pull up this next one, why didn't they object to every question about the accident? I'm so confused. I mean, my guess is that the ruling at the bench is you can ask these questions, but you can't tell over the line of expert testimony that would be outside of his expertise. So the state tried to ask the questions and kind of stumbled through it. We saw a bunch of objections. Even the court jumped in on her own to be like, So,
Right.
So they were able to ask some questions, but it was a bit of a messy delivery, and a lot of the questions got cut off. And at one point, I think the prosecutor just moved on. He just
Well,
went
yeah,
over and got an exhibit and just said, "All right, anyway, let's just talk about it this way."
because this witness has not been tendered as an expert, so he can't give anything that sounds like an expert opinion. So like that's why she was like, you can't use any scientific terms. Like I don't want to. You can't use the word like physics, force, anything that has to do with that, because you have not been tendered by the state as an expert witness in accident reconstruction. So that's it. Like you can basically just describe it from what you're seeing, but you can't try to explain it. So, to me,
it feels like, because when I'm saying like, hey, I'm looking at this boat, this is what it could have gone up in the air, and like maybe the top of the channel marker like punctured and started to drag and cause that significant damage. That to me is me, like if I was a juror in a deliberation room. So to me, I don't see why a witness should be able to be on the stand to opine on that, just their own like, well, maybe it was this.
yeah, they got some work to do. The state does. That's the bottom line. I mean, like I don't look at this guy anymore, this last witness, any more than a guy that was just used to get evidence in, period, end of conversation. He didn't bring anything else to the table. Like I'm not clearer on anything than before
He
I
told us
was,
about the feces.
and refused to use the word poop.
Yeah.
I'm not using poop. I'm not doing it, man. I'm like, I've
I
got
love
this
it.
uniform on. Yeah. So, I mean, that's where I'm at. And it was a painful hour and a half. Luckily, I was able to snack off screen. So that was
Gotta do it. Yeah, I got a soda. When I went off screen, I went and got a soda because I'm like, the laying in exhibits like this puts me to sleep. Like the exhibit, here's I2, I4. I'm just like, oh. Cheyenne says this morning, and I missed this, the lady prosecutor, so that's Laura Adams. We're going to talk about her. Maybe if we have time here, we can do it here. I don't know if Bob and Ali know, but it's one of the little gems I've been saving for each of these breaks on trial days. This lady prosecutor, Miss Laura Adams, called out George's wife this morning. I guess she must have come into the courtroom, saying she couldn't be in the courtroom because she's still under sequestration. But she says it was rude. So I missed that. I must not have seen that when I was scrubbing through the morning process. So not surprised. And it's one thing to point out like, hey, a witness is here and they're not supposed to be in the courtroom because they're, although I guess, does that really matter if court hasn't started yet? Like, I don't remember when the judge went on the record, and it's unclear to me from this if the judge would have been on the record. But if the judge wasn't on the record, could somebody be in the courtroom?
Sure. I mean,
Yeah, so maybe.
Yeah, at some point they'll clear the courtroom for any of the people that fall under the order, and if she's getting called, then obviously the defense has made the representation that they plan on calling her in their case in chief. So, the order
That
would
explains
go by.
no cross yesterday.
Right. And then once you testify, you're good to go. Like you can sit in the courtroom, but
then we've got trial fans saying, I'm still confused about how exactly Lucy died. How did she end up under the boat? That's all up in the air, if you ask me. So same questions. And I think it's an important question because, again, if it's a head impact that made her incapable of getting herself out of the water, then that takes away from something I think the state is trying to put an inference towards, that by serving alcohol to minors and the minors having alcohol in their system, that contributed to the drowning. She was unable to get herself together and get herself out of the water. And it's interesting to me, nobody is served with charging alcohol to minors, even though there's all these teenagers drinking. So it's just kind of inconsistent to me the way that this is being prosecuted and presented. But we don't actually know. And I think the state wants the theory to be that she was unable to get herself out in time to live because she was a minor and she shouldn't have been drinking, and but for that she would still be alive. But for me, I think it might be, and the defense is probably going to argue, but for her hitting her head, she would have been able, like the others, to swim and get out.
Yeah. So,
but it's the same people that have the most severe injuries are the ones that were where the impact happened. They were sitting on the starboard side. Right. And to me, it's helpful for the defense's argument. It's not like a winning argument necessarily, but it's an argument that they're going to make, that it's impact, that the physical impact that led to this, and not anyone having alcohol on the ship.
This is a tough case for the state. It just is. Like it looks clunky because it is clunky.
Like typically in these types of cases, and like you can interchange automobile with a boating vessel. It's the same concept in terms of, again, if somebody is intoxicated while driving, it makes it a much easier case for them to prove because they've got that ability. That in and of itself is going to rise to the level that they need in order to get the conviction that they're trying to get here. And
It's also easier
here
to
you
do.
just don't have the booze. Like the booze isn't really a factor. It's like they're not going to be able to show that he was intoxicated for two reasons. One, their investigation was not good right after. I mean, the only evidence they have is some guy who comes out of the woodwork months later, to say, oh yeah, yeah. And he's puking out like the typical thing that you see on every DUI that you'll ever look at, bloodshot eyes, slurred speech, strong smell alcohol. So, those are every DUI I've ever handled on the sworn statement by the cop. That's the language every one of them are trained to put on there. So it holds very little weight with the judge. And, I don't like, obviously this cop's going to have to explain why you didn't come forward earlier. Like you knew this was a thing, right?
Yeah, Matthew's a firefighter.
Whatever
But whatever, still, there should be like a duty, you would think, duty to report knowledge that this would be important information. And who knows? If we do get Matthew Smiley called as a witness, which I'm not even sure we will, which is wild, because he's what was the catalyst for this, apparently was the catalyst for getting this case to become a felony. There's a little bit more there, which I think this might be a good time to look. We'll say that this little tea time is going to be sponsored by the Honorable Sheriff Chuck, who just gifted 5 memberships over at the Cat Williams channel.
What a guy.
Big thank you. Big thank you. Let's show some love to Chuck. You can do it in any chat because they're both on screen. Let's show this. Let's see what you guys make of this. The Miami Herald did some reporting and deep diving on this case. And one of the things they looked at, and let me put us over here actually. We'll do it this way. One of the things, oh gosh, oh boy. So, Catherine Fernandez Rundle, if you don't follow a lot of cases down here in South Florida, we call everything the state attorney's office, SAO. Let me move this picture too. So, down here, what you're used to hearing called a district attorney, we use state attorney office. So, it's the same thing. That's your district, Miami-Dade County. We just call it state attorney's office. This is her.
Here too.
Okay, you do the same thing. Mm-hmm. So same thing. It's just like those interchangeable terms.
Yep.
And
just call them
they've got, yeah. Well, but yeah, she's not the one actually trying the case. I don't want to just say like the trial prosecutor.
No,
the
but
trial prosecutor.
They all are prosecutors.
Yep.
No matter what they call the office, district attorney, state's attorney, they're all prosecutors.
But she's the shot call. She's the top shot caller in title.
She's the elected official, right? She's the prosecuting attorney. The elected prosecutor, yeah.
So here there was tension at the state attorney's office. So we've discussed in several different streams that this was originally going to just be a set of misdemeanors, and then it was upgraded. And there was confusion about why that was. And inside the state attorney's office, there was some tension. So we have a review of text messages, this is by the Miami Herald, between the state attorney's office and the Fish and Wildlife Conservation, that lead investigating agency, show that the two agencies early on agreed that the crash did not warrant felony charges. So on the same page. 4 days after the crash, the agencies were already contemplating misdemeanor charges, according to a text conversation between Catherine Fernandez Rundle and the FWC Lieutenant Alfredo Escanio, the Deputy Director of the South Region. Escanio asked Fernandez Rundle for contact information for the Chief of Misdemeanor Section of the State Attorney's Office. She provided it and noted that the chief would be expecting his call. The state attorney also resisted filing more serious reckless boating charge. So FWC Major Alberto Mazza, responding to an email from Barreto about the investigation. So FWC is responding in this email saying, hey, we were not able to prove reckless. The state attorney said we did not have enough and went with careless. This is why we end up getting the initial misdemeanor stuff. So careless boating, a second-degree misdemeanor, carries a penalty of 60 days in jail and a $500 fine. Reckless boating, a first-degree misdemeanor, carries a penalty of up to a year in jail and a $1,000 fine. So at this point in time, they thought this was beyond the bounds of what they could charge. And they don't have new evidence, except for 2 years later, someone coming forward after seeing the family say that, look, we're disappointed in this investigation, and saying, look, I think I smelled alcohol in their breath, whatever. So this was too much at the time to prosecute. Reckless boating.
Yeah, that's why they stuck with the careless.
Yep. And remember, the state, the defense, there's this motion in limine from the state that I think the judge granted, presumably, because we didn't hear about it in opening. But they're not allowed to get into why the prosecutorial lens on this case evolved over time. So the state attorney's office had its own internal spats about Pino's initial misdemeanor charges. Now, that spat is not with FWC or Fernandez-Rundle. It's between Laura Adams, who we see in trial, she's the lead prosecutor, and Catherine Fernandez-Rundle, the head honcho. So they had a heated text message exchange on September 18th when the state attorney's office was weighing charging Pino with the felony. The text thread was heavily redacted, but shows that Fernandez-Rundle was hesitant. She expressed concern about not giving the families false hope. So where do you think the pressure's coming from?
The families.
It's about making families feel so distressed and putting them on a roller coaster, Fernandez-Rundle texted to Adam. So here we got a Bob. Look, we got a Bob.
Hi.
So on the right here is Laura Adams in the blue bubbles. And then Catherine Fernandez-Rundle is the left bubbles. So she sends contact information to Pardo Bob. Fernandez-Rundle's like, I'm just going to call her KFR. I called him today and left a message. Laura Adams says, gosh, you'd think he would take a call from me with the eye roll emoji. Have a good night, ... Then this is like weeks removed, right? Now we're on September 18th. We were on September 4th. And Laura Adams like, hello, I just got a message from Bob to call you, ... KFR says, not good. I don't want to talk to you right now. I don't want to regret anything I might say. This is dramatic.
Yeah.
A soap opera.
Just so we're clear, so KFR is Adam's boss.
Yes.
Right. So
yep.
I know, I'm explaining to the people out there. So what Katt was saying, KFR is the elected prosecutor or state attorney down in that county, and Adams works for her. She's under her. So I'm curious, it seems to me that Adams was probably the contact person for the Fernandez family. It's like I was telling you, like my best friend, when his father was killed by some driver who was driving like a lunatic and was on prescription meds that he wasn't prescribed anymore, them dealing with the state's attorney's office on whether or not they were going to press charges and what kind of charges was a very long going. It went on for 1.5 years, and it was ups and downs for my friend's family, and they didn't know. And ultimately what they landed on was completely unsatisfying for them. And it's the same situation we're seeing here. What do we think that we can prove? Because this isn't about feelings. The court system is not about our emotions. It's about facts and evidence. We have to put our emotions aside, as cruel as that seems, because obviously these cases are highly emotional. You're dealing with just the worst possible things imaginable. But, in terms of the concept of the law itself, they're going to look at it like they're supposed to look at it. Can we prove it up? And like you were pointing out with the article that you put up first, they weren't even willing to go with a reckless misdemeanor.
That's capped because it's...
Yeah. All right. So what's the next one say? I can't read it. You're going to have to read it.
For perspective, anyone missing the difference, what they didn't feel like they could even bring a case for this reckless boating, which is capped at 1 year in jail. That's the highest penalty.
Right.
He's now facing 30 years in prison. So we didn't have enough to do this reckless boating, but somehow we bring this case forward and we get here. And honestly, a lot of this has been in the back of my mind while I've been covering this case, and I've been trying not to let too much of it bleed forward. I have a lot of thoughts on this prosecution office for other cases. Well, Jones.
You're being very diplomatic right now.
Yeah. I have thoughts. I thought you said Faust. Different case.
No. I've said
sorry.
thought, yeah.
But yeah, so lots of thoughts there that I've been trying not to like bleed into this case, but I've got a lot. And these are within the attorney's office, but there's been instances with the state attorney's office where you've got prosecutors texting with judges, talking about another judge's decision and like coaching each other on how to fight for reconsideration of a judge's ruling. So a different judge texting with a prosecutor on how they can go and fight and contest an order for reconsideration. So both judges work in this office, same prosecutor team, and a lot of the judges in this courthouse used to work for this prosecution office. And it's messy. It's very messy. It's just so much. So we've got Laura Adams on the right here. This is still September 8th. It's just starting on a new image. And I
Who
think
got their hands on these text messages, by the way?
this is Miami Herald.
But how did they get them?
I mean, probably just public records.
Why were these filed somewhere?
They said public records request, but it could have just been someone's personal number, like a dummy texting on a personal phone, right?
I don't know. I mean, these seem like messages between two attorneys within the same office. I'm curious as to how they got uncovered. Like, I can't just go FOIA somebody's, like, yeah, I want somebody's phone record. Send me all their text. I mean, maybe. Can you do that? Yeah, I think you have to subpoena them if, like, I don't know. So I'm curious how they got these. I'm glad they did. It's giving us some behind the curtain stuff. Just
Yeah, if you
fascinating.
want to go look at some other text messages between the judge and the prosecutor I mentioned earlier, just look up the issues with disgraced former prosecutor Michael Van Zandt, like Michael Van
Okay.
Zandt. I always say his
Okay.
name wrong.
Okay.
But there's a whole mess there, and the stuff that he's under judicial review, and they've got like a lot on him, including these discussions. It's a lot. So, but here Laura Adams is like, I'm so very sorry for causing you stress, especially before the CABA event, so some award show, and on such an important case. I hope you'll let me explain whenever you are ready. Congratulations on the award, and I hope you have a good evening. So, and like, I don't know, this is timestamped at 6:28, and this last message over here was 6:28, but doesn't Apple do weird stuff with the timestamps?
Maybe.
It like just carries the most recent when they're all set within a certain time period.
Yeah, usually if you're sending kind of like, I'm like that person that doesn't make one long text. I'll do like a sentence, text it, couple sentences, text it. You know what I mean? Some people do one bubble. I'm a multi-bubble guy.
Bob the Bubbler.
Mhm.
We've got, she goes, what are you talking about? It has nothing to do with the CABA award last night. That in and of itself is completely insulting, ... This has to do with that. I don't know if that's a redaction, right? Could that be a redaction? This
It
little
has
gap?
to be. It's got to be. They redacted it.
It's about making families feel so distressed and putting them on a roller coaster. We'll talk tomorrow. So this makes me feel like they had like a phone call or something. Like, but would you see that in the record
This
here?
is what I'm telling you. Like, that's why I keep bringing up that situation with my friend in the prosecutor's office, like for this thing that went a year and a half where they were on this roller coaster, but they had one point of contact who I think in this situation is Adams talking with the family, and like they're calling for updates. Like, what are you guys going to do with it? And she's saying, well, I gotta go talk to my boss about it and see like where we're at with it, so just this constant thing. And Adams is obviously pushing. She's clearly said things like, we're going to go after him, and like made some kind of, that's the way it appears to me, because her boss is pretty pissed.
And it's also, she's made it aware, I would say, from this message that I can't use my little marker on screen, but from this message, she's very aware of making sure she types diplomatically and cautiously
right
in these communications.
Right.
And maybe Laura Adams is using caution, but not for the same reasons KFR is. Laura seems to be like teachers petting with the way she's saying this. And oh, I'm so sorry I ruined your award show. And KFR is like, that wasn't my issue. I didn't think that you ruined the award show. I'm like, you're not hearing me on the problem of trying to put the families through this back and forth because you want to change the charges, is how I'm reading between the lines.
Right.
And then it goes on and she corrects to, she says nothing because there's a nothing missing between, this has to do with that. She missed the nothing.
Right.
And then this is at 10:19 p.m., so a few hours later. I'm sorry, I don't understand, ... Happy to speak with you this evening or tomorrow. And then a double message. I don't know if there was a phone call, but this is now one of the following days. Thank you very much for listening to me and giving me much of your time. I'm very grateful to you for that. I hope you have a nice evening. And then an hour and a half or so later, KFR says, just got home. And yes, I'm very happy that we spoke, and I now better understand how things evolved. And I now realize all the burdens you have been dealing with. Let's try to meet again soon to sort through everything. And then it says like, all something, speak with, and then that's it.
Yep.
So then this article goes on. There's a little bit more that happens the next day. So this is when we're getting these Monday messages, is the 19th.
Mm-hmm.
Adams, who'd been a prosecutor for 3 decades, resigns from the office. Which to me that's foot stomping and dramatic, I think.
Yeah.
Then on October 8th, so almost a month later, Adams walks back her resignation in writing. Quote, I ask most respectfully that you allow me to withdraw the submitted resignation letter and to continue doing a job I love, as difficult as that job can be at times. So that's why she's got this energy in the courtroom, like this is personal to her.
Yeah. It's
like
her
this
case.
is the context behind it. It's her baby.
Yeah. It's her baby. She's taking it on herself, and
she grew it from a misdemeanor to a felony.
Yeah. Look at it grow.
Yeah.
Little
and
guy.
then we've got an email that Ed Griffin, a spokesperson for the SAO, sent to the Herald on Wednesday, denied any discord. They said the state attorney and assistant state attorney Laura Adams were not at odds on the charging decision related to the case of George Pino. Which I mean, anybody have some doubt about that?
I mean, based on the text message and the earlier charge of careless, yeah, I have a little bit of doubt on that.
Yeah, and then Shriebnick gave a statement, so we'll just finish this out and we could get back to business here. Prosecutors charged Pino with vessel homicide slightly more than 3 weeks later on October 30th. That's when we get the felony charge. Pino, who has pleaded not guilty, was booked into jail and quickly released without having to post a bond. Unusual for a felony case, legal experts say. Pino's attorney Shriebnick said after the new charge that he wants the state attorney's office to understand that this was just an accident. There was no crime committed here, Shriebnick said. Then they go on to the not testing Pino for alcohol may hinder the case. Said a former Biscayne Marine Patrol officer, as well as attorneys following the case. So a lot of people are like, yeah, that's a problem. And then Pearson says it's a huge tragedy. He's the Marine Patrol officer. It's going to be hard for justice to be done here because of the lack of testing and proof that he was impaired. So this guy calling it what it is.
Right.
Back then.
Yeah.
So there we go. Yeah. And this guy's saying here, Jack Hickey, a veteran Miami maritime lawyer, says it's a sad situation, but the state attorney has rethought the case, probably because of the public outcry and the press shining the light on the facts. So then they got the picture of the boat. And I think this is pretty accurate from both of these people.
Yep. It's the same thing we're seeing, same problems. Same problem.
I'm gonna check. I think we're back in court. So guys, if you have final thoughts to get off your chest, now is the time.
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, you got like 60 seconds to get it out. So I'll put an extra 7 in there because I think we got a little bit of a delay, but and we'll be back. I don't know if there will be another break because it's 4:15 local time. But when the court's done for the day, she said she plans to go to 5:30. We will bring you guys back. So, all right, I've disconnected mine. I've untethered my boat. The chat is floating away.
All right, I'm turning them off. Bye, guys. Love you. Bye.
Love you lots.
See ya. All right. We are
you switched. Got the chat off the screen.
Chat free America.
Chat is closed, and let's get back. We're gonna get some jury feet walking back in, and we got to go back over here.
Thank you, Judge. Lieutenant, I have just one or two more questions for you, and then I'll turn it over to the defense.
You made him break for one or two
GPS
questions.
SIMRAD devices that you brought here to court, had you, and I think you maybe briefly mentioned this, had you installed them on the vessel for purposes of today's jury viewing?
I believe Lieutenant McDonald just placed them on there, and they weren't installed. They were just placed in the holes where they were removed from.
Okay,
They weren't
so-
bolted on or anything like that.
All right, so they were in the position as where they would be on the day of the crash?
Correct.
Okay, to make it as real as possible for the jury?
Correct.
All right. Lieutenant, I have no additional questions for you. The defense may have some. Thank you. Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon.
So when you talk about a day
other guy.
marker, are you referring to the
Other
green
guy.
part that you showed the piece of before?
They're day markers, day boards. It's common talk for us.
But so that would be. Can I see? So that's State's Exhibit 66, just the sign, right?
Correct.
So the day marker is just the sign.
Correct. The channel marker will be the piling with the whole sign.
And when you refer to the piling, is that the whole pole down all the way to the floor?
Correct. It's a steel pipe.
Okay. So the top of the day marker, is that flush with the top of the piling?
I couldn't tell you on this particular incident because it was gone.
Okay, so channel marker 15 on September 4th, 2022, you don't know if the day marker of the top of that was flush with the top of the piling?
I couldn't tell you that.
Can I see State's Exhibit 36?
I'm sorry. You're gonna have to go through.
Oh, okay. 36. There's a picture, yeah. I think it's here.
All the pictures are right there.
Not get this out of order. 36. Judge, may I approach the witness? So Lieutenant, this is State's Exhibit 36 that was put into evidence during your direct. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
Is that the channel marker 15, a day after this incident?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If I were to pass you this post-it here with a 15 on it, would you be able to tell me where that was located on that steel pole?
I would guesstimate right about here. It might be a little lower or higher, but I would guesstimate here based on the rectangle that I referred to before where there was no bird droppings.
Okay, can you just place that on there?
So something like that.
So is that flush with the top of the pole there, or is that above it?
It's hard for me to know exactly where it would be. I never saw it. But
Okay.
based on the area where there's no bird droppings, it had to have at least been down that
They
far.
poop.
Down that far, okay. Can the witness step down?
Everybody poops.
So, can you publish that for the jury?
Facts
Bob
not in
called him
evidence, Ali.
Pooper. Bob called him Pooper Traw
This line here on the bottom, you see that?
in the private chat.
The line there. You know what that is?
That could be the growth line because the tide goes up and down. So that's probably a high tide mark, I would guess, where the growth isn't going to go any higher because it never, the water doesn't go any higher.
So this is a growth mark, is that called particles? Particles?
That could be algae, it could be different. And then
Yeah.
we
And what is high tide versus low tide? What does that mean?
every 6 hours and a little bit, there's a tide fluctuation. The water goes up and down due to the positioning of the moon and the earth. And the water can come up, and if it goes down, the depending on what time of the day. It's typically 6 hours and change. I don't remember the exact time.
Okay, so this picture, that with that line exposed, the growth line, that would be a picture of low tide, correct?
The growth would be, I would assume it's high tide because that's the highest point the water is going to grow.
Let me rephrase. Where the growth is exposed and you can see it, would that be low tide or high tide?
I would say it's high tide.
That would be high tide. So the water would not go above that line?
It can go above that line on certain times of the year where we have things that are called king tides, where the moon's closer and it may go, but normally a high tide would not go there because then you would have algae growing at what, or barnacles growing at whatever the highest point the tide typically gets to. If that makes any sense. But there are fluctuations where it could be higher and it could be lower than normal.
Okay. And do you know the distance on channel marker 15 on September 4th, 2022? The distance from the water line to the bottom of the day marker, the sign on the top at the time of this accident?
No, I don't believe I could measure.
Okay, is that something you could measure?
We could measure to the bottom of the markings. I'm not aware of anything that measure.
Okay. Of course. The next marker in the channel to the north that is green, do you know which marker that is?
I believe it. If there's no lettering, it should be 13. Sometimes there are other, like let's say a 15B or a 13B. So I believe it was 13, but I'd have to look at a navigation chart to be exact.
Okay. Are you you're not familiar with Cutter Bank Channel's markers?
Yes.
Oh, you are. So in Cutter Bank Channel, you don't know off the top of your head if there's another marker. Okay.
I know there's markers. There's more markers. Yes, there are. I couldn't tell you. The number sequence isn't always in order, if that makes sense.
No, I understand. So considering you don't know the next marker, you wouldn't know the height difference between, say, 13 or 13A and 15. You wouldn't know the height differences there.
No, sir.
But is that something that could be measured?
Asked and
It
answered.
could be measured, but there are differences between markers. I was out there probably not this Saturday, the Saturday before, and I can tell you the piling for marker 15 is lower than the others.
So it's shorter, meaning, when you say
Yes.
lower. So closer to the water?
Correct.
I'm gonna get this back. Here.
Well, that's unusual. Wait, the piling meaning the top of it.
Yes.
A moment, Joe.
So the hollow core, I think. And I'm assuming lower tide would
Isn't it
mean
true
more of the
that
solid
channel
part is
marker 15
exposed,
is
so
actually
more
4 feet
damage.
shorter than 13A?
I do not know that.
Is that something that you can measure for us?
I could measure it.
Thank you.
Just very briefly. Lieutenant, are the markers designed to be seen by boaters regardless of being low tide or high tide?
Yes, they are.
Would it make any sense for them to design markers that would be filled up by tides? Would that make any sense if it's designed to be seen?
You mean the day board?
Yeah.
That they end up underwater?
Right, would that make any sense?
No,
Would that be contradictory to the whole purpose of having these markers?
correct. The purpose is for boaters to see them from a distance so they can plan their route and stay within the channel.
So I'm going to show you what's in evidence of states 22.
If he asks him again to measure a picture, I'm gonna scream.
Lieutenant, this
He
is
said he
already
can't,
in
like, I don't know how
evidence of
many
states
times.
22. The Coast Guard, did they repair
Coast Guard.
marker 15 and put a new day board on top?
I believe they did.
And is that the date up top, September 6, 2022?
I believe so, not 100% because I hadn't been out on that day. I wasn't there.
Okay, but
But
just
it's
to
my
be,
understanding that they did replace it, yes.
the Coast Guard
Call
didn't
somebody.
leave this piling without a day board.
Correct, Correct. Once they were notified, they made arrangements, and shortly after the accident, they
Okay.
replaced it.
And does the day board get repaired essentially immediately?
Objection,
I
lack
would
of
assume they make a
foundation.
whole new day board because there was no
Objection?
day board left.
Okay.
So
May I
they would have put 2 new boards.
Would have.
may I just republish this, Judge?
So
Maybe they'll do a little
did they
recross. Here,
say
go ahead,
for
Allie.
sure the day board was there before the accident?
I think they've said so.
Like, did they recover the,
They
fallen
had
day
like
board?
a green thing that they showed, but I actually just assumed it was recovered from the ship somewhere, but it might have actually been the board itself. So that part I missed.
Right. Wait, when I mean like the 15, if they're saying that only came off from contact at the bottom of the thing.
That's the state's theory.
Oh, well, maybe it wasn't there. I mean, how the hell they know? I guess we'll see on cross. I mean, kids like to take street signs.
It's a very Florida thing.
I have a few questions for you. Judge, briefly cross.
No?
I'm sorry, just one last question.
Wait a
What?
minute. Wait a
Just
minute.
one more, Judge.
No, he's been released.
What?
Oh, wow.
When you were out there, did you have any difficulty seeing the
Ask
day
for a
boards
sidebar.
on the channel markers at all?
When we were out there diving,
Yeah, the ones that hadn't been destroyed, were you able to see them?
That hadn't been
Yes.
destroyed.
Thank you.
All right, pause it real quick. I mean, here's the thing with no recross. Like, if you have allowed the other side to go beyond the scope of what was in cross on their redirect, then you need to allow the other side to go again to recross only on that limited information. So I didn't see much of the cross, but did it seem like he was going outside of what was discussed on cross with this?
Yeah, because he went into this theory that like he tried to steer the implication of what was the defense was getting into on cross into another theory. So I believe the defense is trying to get into what material the majority of the boat would have been striking. Would it have been the solid material that's closer to the ocean floor, or would it have been the hollow material that's like the top of the channel marker post as it leads up to the marker placard? Because that could have a different degree of impact and the damage that would result would look different. And to redirect on that, he turned it into an issue of visibility, as if all the defense was talking about is maybe the defense was trying to imply that nothing would be visible. It'd be underwater at high tide, which wasn't what the cross was arguing. So I think that's a different scope because it's it's left field from what was being questioned about, what the inference was intended to be.
Right.
So
right. So I mean, in such a case, they should probably, unless they know this judge and that there's like literally no point, ask for a sidebar and say he brought up this new thing, he presented this in a disingenuous way, or did this we weren't expecting. So we need to just question on that limited thing. And once you release, I mean, if she's playing by like a strict rule, well, then your strict rule should follow for the state too. Once you say the witness is gone, you know, he wouldn't even have had that opportunity had the defense attorney not.
yes, exactly.
But I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
And I honestly think the overall for that is we heard a little bit more that this guy didn't really know. I think his redirect exposed that like he's speaking on things that he wasn't there for and is just saying this is how it should be, which goes to your question of, well, how do we know what the channel marker looked like before this boat hit it?
Right. Because why would the contact at the bottom like that, unless they're saying when it went up, it scraped the whole marker sign and took both sides of the marker sign off. But it looked
Or
like
like if it did like a little pirouette around the channel marker.
Yeah, it did a pirouette. Thanks, Pooper Traw. Good one, Kat.
thank you.
You gotta keep it going.
Yep.
Ben, Dal?
I mean, they're doing all the things.
Did you catch any of the text messages between State Attorney Catherine Fernandez Rundle and Laura Adams?
Which one's that on?
I'll send you a link. We just read them on the break.
It's on what?
I'll send it in the private chat,
Oh, okay.
which is not a YouTube chat function, for anyone wondering.
Based on this from the testimony about the Katy Puig, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
That's all we got.
You may have a seat.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
No.
Absolutely.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Detective Bengal Dow.
Where do you work?
I work for Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, Crime Scene Investigations.
What do you do as a crime scene detective?
Besides handling crime scenes, I do all manner of documentation of crime scenes, evidence collection, preservation, impounding. I do
You rolled
drones.
your eyes when you said impounding. What is that and why did you roll your eyes?
That's a large portion. That's a large portion of our job responsibilities is impounding evidence to make sure that they can get into the lab and finish getting processed and whatnot.
Does that also include photography?
It does. That's part of the documentation process. I do drones. I do 3D imaging, blood spatter. I do all manner of crime scene. I've been there a little while.
How long have you been a crime scene investigator?
I'll be 20 years this October.
Before going to the crime scene unit of the Sheriff's Office, or formerly the Miami-Dade Police Department, where were you assigned?
Before that, I was in Uniform Patrol, Northside District, as an FTO.
And what's that now?
I'm sorry, field training officer. Taught the new guys coming out of the academy and took the information that they learned in the academy and applied it to real-world situations.
What was it that made you decide to go into the crime scene unit?
Well, at the time, I really didn't know I wanted to go into the crime scene. It was suggested by one of my coworkers. He thought that I'd be good at it. I was very interested in crime scene and the science aspect of it. So I went ahead and interviewed. I had an opportunity to interview. I interviewed, was selected, and here we are 20 years later.
As an investigator with Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, are you sometimes requested to assist other law enforcement agencies with their cases?
Yes, quite frequently.
Were you asked last year to assist the State Attorney's Office and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission with a pending case?
Yes, I was.
What were you asked to do?
Documentation of a reenactment involving vessel homicide.
Did you have any involvement in the initial investigation back in September of 2022?
No, this was my first and only involvement in this case.
Okay. Did you and your agency, in fact, assist with that request?
I did.
Okay. Do you have a pilot's license to operate a drone?
I do. I have what's referred to as an FAA Part 107. Oh, I'm sorry. FAA Part 107 pilot's license.
How did you get that? Like, what do you have to do to get that kind of a license?
Well, we ended up studying quite a bit. There was some training that we took as well to prepare. And then you sit for the test with an FAA certified testing site, which I passed, and that allowed us to begin our drone program. I'm one of the founders for the drone program for Miami-Dade.
One of the what?
Founders.
Okay.
We started the program.
How many other pilots of drones are there within the department?
Well, now we have quite a few, but in our unit specifically, we have 6.
Now, this reenactment that took place, do you remember what day it was?
It was June 9th of 2025. It was a Monday.
Okay. So like 1 year and 2 days ago, basically?
Yes.
Okay. Where did that reenactment occur?
Cutler Bank. And it's a body of water over by just south of Turkey Point. It's a power plant.
Detective, with the court's permission, would you please step down for a moment?
Sure.
That is all pointed here, and for the record, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 2, which is in evidence. Do you see the location of Cutler Bank on this?
My glasses.
I have my glasses on, and there's a little part here that says something like
Oh, I
Cutler
see.
Bank Shallows.
Oh,
is that the right one?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Do you see
Let's
where
have her
the
do it.
approximate location of where Turkey Point would be?
The Turkey Point, this is the cooling, large cooling canals.
Angle yourself just so
Oh,
that everybody can see.
the cooling, this is for the cooling of the actual Turkey Point and then Turkey Point.
Okay, thanks. And let me ask you, where were you during this reenactment?
We decided to stay off to the side here, and we launched and retrieved the drone from the vessel.
Okay. Can you just point again where you were? Okay. Thanks. Before I ask you more questions about that reenactment, are you yourself a boater, a person who likes to go out on boats?
I am.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Maine.
And what do most of your family members do?
They're all commercial fishermen.
So growing up, how often were you on a boat?
All the time.
Okay. Since leaving Maine for Miami, have you been on boats?
All these like
Yes,
casual boat
uh,
experts.
I've owned boats, and family members own boats, and I help use their boats and all that.
Are you familiar with how channel markers are designed to assist with safe boating?
Yes.
Can you explain?
Channel markers use a red and white marker system. And
can't
that
they get
helps
one
with
expert to do this
navigation
well?
on open waterways as well as estuaries and rivers. So basically the big rule of thumb is red right return. So when you're returning to port, you want to have the red marker to your right side. Those markers, regardless of where you're at on the water, you always know which way to go because of the way the marker system is, as far as what side you should be on, so people don't get confused even at night.
So if a channel goes more north and south than east and west, what side would the green markers be on versus the red markers?
The green markers are on the side of the channel that is where the United States is, where the land is. Not necessarily where an island is or what have you, but it's there. Unless it's in a river, and the river then it's upstream. So that same rule applies, but it's an upstream rule. So if you're going against the stream, the red markers are on the right.
Can you explain for the jurors, what was the idea behind trying to reenact the vessel crash that happened on September the 4th of 2022? Is that like with an eye toward what we're doing right now in trial?
Well, we definitely, we want to be able to graphically show what occurred to the best of our ability, right? So when we start, not everybody's familiar with the waterways, not everybody's familiar with how boats work, and speed and the different dynamics of boating. So we want to be able to show that, right? We want to be able to document that to the best of our ability and as close and as proximate as we can.
Without jeopardizing the safety of a jury?
Yeah, no, we definitely don't want to do it with the jury.
Having, I imagine, traveled in automobiles and traveled on boats, how does 40 miles per hour feel on a boat versus in a car?
When we're talking about speed on a boat, speed on a boat is more significant than it is in like an automobile. We're all used to traveling at speed, right? If we're thinking of a 40-mile-an-hour zone, we're thinking, that's like Kendall Drive, or it's that kind of speed. However, on a boat, you're going through an item that's 1,000 times thicker than the open air, and it takes a lot more energy to get up to that speed, to get going, and it's obviously much more difficult to do it, and you're exposed. You're exposed in a boat the whole time. There are no seat belts or nothing like that. So,
So can you please talk a little bit about what safety measures were taken into consideration prior to actually engaging in this reenactment?
the first things we started to
Objection, Your Honor. 401, 403.
Got a sidebar.
Relevant
Also, what's
and
if
more
it is
prejudicial
relevant,
than-
prejudicial?
more prejudicial than probative. But how is it prejudicial? What did you do to? That's like standard question. What did you think of this
Or
reenactment?
confusing? Maybe they think it's going to be confusing to the jury because they're supposed to show the reenactment. They're actually just going to show it. So rather than him giving his view on it, maybe it'd be confusing for him to bumble about it.
Wait, are we on cross?
No.
Oh, I thought that's why I was confused. I thought we switched. I thought I heard the lawyers switch.
Are
Right?
we?
Yeah.
Why is he
No,
always
we're
walk
not.
by the camera like this? Look at this guy. Look at him. He's doing it on purpose. He's doing it on purpose, guys. Anyway, there's still Laura Adams.
Okay.
So still the prosecutor here.
Right. I was reading that article, which is a lot. I got to look at it afterwards.
Yeah, this guy's hilarious. Someone clip this.
Look how slow he's going. Okay. Well, he's investigating something.
My goodness. He's just up here waiting. What is with this? Like, okay, car is different than boat, but then they harp on seatbelts as if George Pino was so unsafe because nobody had a seatbelt. A seatbelt would be so dangerous on a boat capsizing because then if you're panicking and can't unbuckle yourself, you're dangling upside down and stuck.
Right.
So, and that's not the first time that somebody's been asked about seatbelts in the context of this comparison between driving versus boating.
Wait,
And
hold
I
on.
just don't get the intent of the question. But maybe it's just me.
No, I think I was wondering too. That's I think why I thought maybe it was that it was while I was like looking at the article that it was.
I do think the 403 could be confusing the jury and not necessarily or it could be several reasons for the 403 objection. And if they feel there are several, I'm sure they're raising all of them.
I mean,
Rudnick
her
up there
question
looks like-
was, "What did you do to prepare for this test?" So, maybe they know something that we don't, like that she's trying to get into. Seems
Could it
some
also be
adamant talking over there. Crazy. Well, not under 403, but I mean, so yeah, your confusing would be in there, like misleading the jury, wasting time. Yeah, well, cumulative. So I guess bolstering, cumulative would be in there. So I think you could be right. It could be, I just don't get how it would be confusing the issues because, so maybe it is, that it's cumulative, which is basically bolstering in this sense, it is bolstering.
Maybe it's like, what did you do to prepare? And they're going to get into, well, we realize the conditions should be like this, but if they don't actually have a foundation to be sure of what the conditions were, what the channel marker looked like, what the tide was like at the time, if they don't really know how to replicate that stuff and he's just saying it to the jury, what his guess was during the preparation.
That's like prime cross-examination. So you'd want him to say that if that was the case.
And then make them look dumb.
Right. I'm thinking they know something she's trying to get at that we don't obviously know that because this is
look at them. Look at them. Look at them.
Look at her. She's really going. She's like really at it.
Her and Mark up there.
Because this is not just a quick convo. Well, he's like,
Oh,
back at it.
here's our guy again.
He's got to freeze
just-
right there. Ah,
What if he turns with a clipboard sign?
slow. And he puts
The
it up.
judge doesn't want to chat, but this guy is doing it for the
Ah,
chat.
here he comes. Hey, oh, oh.
Oh, my
Oh, he
goodness.
gave us his bedroom eyes.
Oh, my goodness.
You guys are about to have to let the jury out for this thing.
Look at Howard now.
Mhm.
Just let him fight. Put him in the ring.
Look, the bailiff's coming over like, do you guys need my help?
He's just bored. He wants to get in on it.
He's like, all right, here, I'm coming back. See if he slows down. Oh, no. He's like, I did that move already.
Yeah, he couldn't come up with a new one. Laura looks like she won.
She did seem like she's smiling, but she could be overcompensating because she lost. Because
That's
she has
true.
to face the jury, so I guess we'll see.
Oh yeah, like she's got to be like,
Right.
Thank you. Detective, can you describe the process and the steps that were
she
taken
won.
prior to actually going out there and doing this recreation?
Yeah, well, first we had to outline what the mission was going to be. So we did a bunch of phone calls and meetings with FWC and the state attorney's office to figure out the scope and the best way to proceed. Since this was our first time doing a water launch or a vessel launch with the drone, we met up with our Marine Patrol to take a look at their boat to make sure that we had a boat that was available that would suit our needs. Then we ended up contacting the actual manufacturer of the drone, which is Skydeal, to make sure that we're going to be using the drone actually in a way that it was designed. I actually don't want to be operating outside of the limits of the drone, which it is designed for this, so it worked out quite well. We established parameters for safety, so we identified what's referred to as a visual observer, which happened to be Sergeant Kopp, which is my sergeant. A visual observer is defined by the FAA as a person of safety. Their sole purpose is to not only keep an eye on the drone, but the actual environment that we're in to make sure that we're operating safely, right? And that there aren't people or vessels or airplanes or helicopters that are going to be in the way, as well as other obstructions. We identified safety vessels, closed down so that we could close down the channel. Things of those kind of operational things to make sure that we can run a smooth aerial operation.
The vessels that were actually used for this recreation, were they police boats?
They were FWC boats that did the actual closing down of the channel, and then we were launching from an MDSO or a Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office vessel.
Are those boats equipped with emergency
no
lights?
other activity on the
Yes,
channel.
emergency lights and sirens and radios.
That's not.
Were the emergency
Gonna
lights
be
on during
similar.
this?
Yeah, during the whole time, yes.
Had you, and I think you said this was the first time that you had launched a drone from a vessel.
Yes.
Where would you usually do it?
Normally we do it from land. We use our drones not solely, but mostly for scene documentation is their primary role. We do other things with them, but they're, our main function is to take aerial photography of every police involved shooting and every homicide that we attend.
About how big is this drone?
It's 2 feet across. It weighs a little over 5 pounds.
Can you show it with your hands?
It's about like this. When it's unfolded, it folds up, but it's about that big. It comes in a big case. It can travel up to 45 miles an hour. It has a 41 megapixel camera, 2K video. 41 megapixel camera, a 2K video camera, as well as a 16-degree thermal imager.
Did you have any concerns about potentially losing the drone?
Well, I mean, it's always a concern. We're going to make sure that we're operating safely, right? We don't want to be We don't want to be doing something with a piece of equipment and being poor stewards of taxpayer dollars. The sheriff would not appreciate that. So we want to make sure that, you know, that we're not, that we're doing everything within our ability. The drone itself is a very, very high-tech piece of gear. It has onboard AI. It has 6 additional other cameras. So it was definitely operating well within its ability.
In order to try to guard against the potential of the drone falling into the bay, did you and your sergeant kind of practice catching the drone?
Yes, on land we did several, what we call them hand launches. Like I said, we don't typically do hand launches mainly because you don't need to. Nobody, and it's got spinning blades. It is a little unnerving. It's safe to do, but it is unnerving that you're holding this big object with these big blades moving so fast. But you know, it is designed for that, so it is something you do. So normally we just launch it from the ground. We can set it on the ground. It takes off on its own. It actually picks up off the ground, goes about 8 feet in the air. It does a 360 as it scans the area to start the AI that does the AI does it uses the 6 cameras for crash avoidance. So it is constantly analyzing the surrounding environment.
Okay, so now let's talk about this actual reenactment. Can you describe for the jurors, how did that happen?
So once we all got on to the site, and we got the channel blocked off, and we're pretty much ready to go. We did a couple of trial runs so that we could sit there and make sure that we're all in agreement with what we're doing, how we're going to do it, and we're going to proceed from there. So at that time, we launched the drone, and part of our documentation process, whether I'm doing a crime scene or whether I'm doing a reenactment, the documentation process is pretty much the same. So I've got to get up in the air. I've got to take some what we call overall, and an overall image is where you have geographical identifiers that tell you where you are. Right. So if it's land-based, that's going to be street signs and buildings and things like that. Here, the only thing that we can really use is Turkey Point, because we're kind of out there in the middle of nowhere, really, when you really think about it. And there was no real identifier, so we used Turkey Point. Got a couple of reference shots from there, and then we photographed the channel itself, and then we begin the videoing process. And we're going to do several runs of the reenactment. We placed out, or FWC rather, placed out marker buoys at their designated positions to make sure that they are hitting their speed at those marks, so that they know that when they hit this mark, that they're got to be going X amount of speed, so that when they reach the next one, they've got to be going at that speed. This way, they know that we're being as accurate as you can as far as speed goes.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 5E, 5F, 5D, 5C, and 5B. Your Honor, I believe without objection, the state is going to be moving states 5B, C, D, E, and F into evidence.
No objection. 5B, C,
D, E, and F.
State Exhibit 5B, previously marked for identification, will become State Exhibit 91, 5C 92, 5D 93, 5E 94, and 5F 95.
Showing counsel now states 5A for identification. Judge, I believe there's no objection to the state moving 5A for identification and evidence.
State Exhibit 5A, previously marked identification, will become State Exhibit number 96.
Your Honor, may the witness step down, please?
Yes.
Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked in evidence. It states 96. I'm asking you if you could use this pointer and kind of orient us to what we're looking at in this photograph.
Here we're looking at the channel marker, and we're at the actual channel. That's this right here. Right? There's an orange one here, a green one, and there's right here. And it's 13, 14, and 15.
The glare.
And this is the safety vessel that's blocking off the channel.
And these photographs, did you also place them all on a jump drive?
I did.
And so the plan with the vessels was to do what? If you could just show, just so the jury will kind of have an idea of what was going to be taking place.
We're going to come down. We're going to come down the channel. Here, the drone. This is one thing. Just take out the drone, and we're back quite way, closer to the south end than the north. And as the vessel is going to come by, I'm going to videotape the vessel for whatever it's for FWC's part in the reenactment. The one's operating the vessel. I'm just there to document it, videotape that.
Does this photograph, is it looking to the south or to the north? Let's start with this. Which is your police boat?
My police boat should be this one.
Okay. And what's this other little boat here?
That's an FWC. That's one of the cities.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, a little bit slower,
Oh,
a
I'm
little
sorry.
bit louder, okay?
Certainly.
Thank you, Brian.
And so in what direction was the FWC vessel going to be traversing the channel?
They're going to start from the north and going south.
And so that would be which way?
Coming this way.
Okay, thank you.
No.
We have some photographs here. For the record, I'm showing council states 91 and 92. Do these just kind of depict the overall location of where the Cutter Bank channel is?
Yes.
And can you actually see like the difference in the depths of water on States Exhibit number 91?
And you can
For the
tell
channel?
that you can tell that the channel is physically deeper, and you can see the margins of the actual channel that's been cut out.
And so like there's a kind of darker line that goes halfway through? Is
Correct.
that the channel?
That is the channel.
So the darker the water, the deeper the water?
Potentially, yes.
I'm showing you now States Exhibit number 93. Does this exhibit show where your police vessel is?
It does.
Can you use this pen and circle where the vessel that you were on?
It's that one.
Okay, and can you put MDSO for Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office? And where was the FWC vessel?
The FWC safety vessel is right here.
And could you put FWC? Okay, and can you now, with that pen, show us where marker number 15, 14, and 13 would be?
This is 15, 14, and this should be marker 13.
Can I see that just for a moment? Where you marked it.
Your Honor, this is exhibit number 93. And counsel states 4Z. Detective, I'm showing you states 4Z. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, that's the jump drive I prepared.
Okay, is your handwriting on not only the jump drive, but also on the covering for it or the packaging for it?
On the envelope, yes.
Okay. Judge, I move, and have you seen the contents of this jump drive?
Yes, I prepared it.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the stills that were taken by the drone as well as the video images from the
Yes,
drone?
yes it is.
I move states 4Z for identification and evidence.
So we have an objection that requires the court's attention.
Come on over here, thank you.
Here we go. We don't have much time left that we can skip. Well, let's look at them and see if they're like barking at the sidebar again. No, that was a quick one.
Okay. Oh, sorry about that. The state once again is moving to states 4Z for identification and evidence.
Counsel,
They
with
won that
objection
one.
noted, subject to being linked, it will be admitted.
State exhibit 4C, previously marked by
Is that C or
identification.
Z?
Z, I'm sorry, Z. Becomes state exhibit number 97. 97, Judge.
Your Honor, may I publish? The court's permission? It's a little clearer. Can you try to orient the jurors on showing what is picture number 1?
Okay, so that's the certain point back there. This is the channel here. And this is marker 15, and that little orange dot is a marker buoy. Is one of the marker buoys for the speed check, basically. So that one of those is, and that's 14.
And this is looking in what direction?
We are looking mostly west.
Can you orient the jury for the second photograph on the jump drive?
So now we're looking to the north. We have their islands, and we're going to be coming in from.
Wait, you need to speak up.
Sorry, we're the Barrier Islands. We're going to be coming in from the north, or at the east.
Okay, so that we'll have an idea when we see the actual video. Where does the FWC test traverse for this video?
Well, that's it right there.
Okay.
That little dot back there.
And where, in what direction is it heading?
It's going to be coming south. So it's at the north end of the channel.
Can you use it a pointer?
Oh, sorry. It's at the north end of the channel. Right straight through here.
And in this photograph,
This is where we're launching from. This is our MDSO boat. That's the safety vessel. Here's marker 15, and there's that little orange dot is that speed check. Speed check buoy.
They have a speed check buoy when the accident happened? Or are they saying that's just to measure?
This is my vessel here that I'm on. Marker 15, the little speed check buoy, marker 14, and that's our key point back in the most northwest.
and the last photograph that we have,
And here we are, we're further down. I'm not quite midway with the drone, but I'm looking in that direction. The FWC vessel is going to be coming from the north, traversing south. And that's marker 13, 14, 15. Well, orange buoy is too small to see at this distance, but that's my vessel here, and then the safety vehicle or vessel, and the boat that's going to run the actual course.
Your Honor, may we please have permission to be seated here while
Yes.
the video's playing?
Just keep, again, your voice up, slow.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And this first video, is it kind of like just an all-around shot to show the location?
That's correct. So here, videoing, I'm trying to figure out the best altitude to be at in this area.
What's this here?
That's Turkey Point in the background, so we're getting our reference. When we do crime scene things, we do it the same way over and over and over again. So this counts as kind of my overall establish my geographical location, and we're going to videotape it. That's marker 15. That's me there in the vessel. That's FWC safety vehicle and the boat that's going to run.
Pull the captions off. Is it?
So this is the big boat they're deciding? Or is one of them a big boat?
No, they're just there to make sure nobody comes down to the channel while they're doing this.
This is the launch video. This is about 5 minutes, right?
Yep. That's your speed marker buoy, and that's marker 15.
So is this back here another channel marker in the back on the right?
Hmm.
There's 2 vessels here.
So there's 2 vessels. The gray boat is the FWC, the white boat is the MBSO, and you can see me, I'm standing next to that canopy in the back there.
Maybe that's that speed buoy. I don't know.
Yes.
And who's this?
That's Sergeant Kopp. He's a visual observer.
And the drone catcher.
And the drone catcher, yes.
What are they doing?
I don't know.
Alright, so now we have movement.
This here, what is that?
That's our anchor line. That's what holds us in position.
But is this going outside the range and direction of where they would have been traveling? Because look at the current moving. I feel like if you don't start from the right place, you're going to get a different result.
Right, of course. I mean, I'm sure they're going to get into all that, I would hope.
The lights were on the whole time.
No, you leave the left them on the whole time.
Hello.
And then is this you initiating the
So we're going to initiate the landing
process?
sequence here, and the drone knows that it's over water here, so it's a little apprehensive, so to speak. It's still operating within with what it's supposed to be doing, but it knows that it's not supposed to land on water. So it doesn't want to do that. It's sitting there analyzing the environment, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to force it to a hand catch, and it's just going to lower slowly. Is all that means. It's not very dramatic.
The drone thought you were trying to kill it?
Oh my God, lady.
Come on, lady.
It's designed not for it to be as safe as possible, so it knows.
Hey, you guys got on camera.
Huh?
They made it. They made it. Big time.
It doesn't help that we're bombing
They've been on camera.
We can kind of see, but just for the record, what were the weather conditions like on that day?
Well, for boating, it's fairly flat. It was a light breeze.
Not calm
very
as the
choppy.
prosecutor wants it to be.
It was actually quite a nice day.
That's considered flat and calm.
There wasn't a lot of traffic.
Not a lake.
Boating traffic, which we
Where do you
picked
live,
the day-
Pat?
We picked a Monday.
I'm off the Space Coast.
And here.
So I feel like we always have like waves. Well, at least right on the coast. Oh,
Oh,
wanted to be like the jurors.
Now,
the little
let's
guy
talk
landed.
about some of the passes of the FWC vessel through the channel.
What has he established so far?
What time of day is it?
Yes.
What time were they recording this with the drone?
S1001.
This is the worst case I've ever seen.
Not good.
And you know, juries will probably come back guilty. There's only
Yep, I
six
think
of
so.
them.
I think there's a good chance because
There's only
it's,
6 of them.
This is the vessel.
But there is an avid boater. Okay, here we go. We got some action.
Okay.
In this video, in the beginning, I'm actually trying to keep up with the boat, but the drone doesn't go fast enough.
So you started at about the same location as the FWC.
So they want.
The best.
So hold on. So what the state wants to lead with is a visual from a back angle where they can't get up close, which because of the perspective is going to probably look like more of a severe and someone should have noticed this and had more time to pull away because it's such a far away angle.
Yeah, on
This is
top
the
of
angle
that,
they're
she
leading with.
had to throw in there, they threw in there that the drone doesn't go fast
too
enough to
slow.
keep up with the boat. Oh boy.
Well, is that mile mark? Is that channel
This one,
marker 15?
This one.
Yeah.
Okay.
A little bit further to the north, but thereabouts. I'm about 2/3 of the way down the channel, and the plan was as it comes through that I'm gonna zoom up with the drone. Now, the drone is capable of 45 miles an hour. However, when you do that, it uses an excessive amount of battery. So I'm gonna keep it down to where it does 35, to the 35 mile an hour mark, and it's still not enough. The boat is much faster.
Well, then you should have done it again and done it right.
Where's that?
That's March 15th.
Didn't they just bring like an extra battery pack?
But what?
They're not hitting it. They're swerving around it. That's their. They said that in opening too.
But around.
Let's just run that back. I was a little slow on the draw there, but this is what we're doing. This is not a reconstruction, if you ask me.
That's March 15th.
Look at S1001-390, drone view west FWC.
Can you say that again slowly?
Yeah. One moment. S1001-390, drone view west FWC.
The water looks really nice, though.
See, when you look at it, pause it real quick, because when you look at it from the perspective that, on that article that you sent me, it makes it look like he hit kind of like the front side of it, then kind of flipped and then came sideways after it. In that article?
Yeah, and I don't think this is a way to tell us how that happened at all, because they're not even attempting to. They're not going to damage a boat here and try to show the physics of what a boat would do when it made impact, going at whatever angle.
Roll around in
So-
some paint and do your pirouettes. All right. Not even doing that much.
The water's already blue, Ali. You don't need to paint anything.
Right.
Let me just pause this real quick. This, where are you along the channel?
I'm at the far end of the channel, flying the drone. The drone is forward up by FWC. They're outside of the channel before entering the channel.
Can it fly backwards? I don't understand.
They're out
why-
there because
Yeah, they can fly all different types of ways.
Get up to speed so that they have control over how fast their
I feel like
plane
the
is active.
defense is going to tear
They
this
get up on
apart.
plane, So they need a little bit of runway.
Is there some allegation that he,
It is.
George Pino, knows somebody and that's why he's being treated differently?
I think there's a sentiment that because he's rich, that must be what's happening, but there's no, I don't see anything
Marker 13.
in the record or reporting suggesting that anywhere. So as far as within the case, no, but I think the general public is assuming that that must be why this wasn't prosecuted as a felony immediately.
At all?
Or why couldn't they set up like, couldn't they set up like a fixed camera boat?
Because that's what it shows on that article, that the curve only happens after he passes the marker. It's like he kind of smacks into it and maybe like, I don't know, and then
Like the boat still has forward momentum.
right. I don't know why they're not using that thing.
That they might call Paul Albert,
So right now, we
who I
have
think is who did that
18
stuff.
seconds prior to the FWC vessel is right about at channel marker 15 when there's 6 seconds left. So I want to go 6 plus 9 is 15. So let's get about, we're at 18. Yeah, so we're at 18 seconds. So 3 seconds in would be about 9 seconds prior to the vessel nearly colliding with channel marker 15.
Protection leading, testifying.
It is leaving, so.
Okay. Okay, so right now, where are we at?
15 seconds.
Okay, so how many seconds until the vessel is nearly at the green marker?
9. Well, it gets close at 15, at 6 seconds. So it's 9 seconds away.
Okay, so let's look at these last 9 seconds.
Yeah, according to this forensic report, he smacked into every channel marker.
Were there any obstructions between that vessel and the channel marker?
No.
It is helpful to see like how close, even zoomed out, like from a distance, the markers are,
Next,
like
I'm
to see
playing
the channel width.
S1001 396. View north FWC approach 15.
That's pretty low.
Pretty low.
And just to be really clear with this exhibit, where is the drone?
Especially if you're looking at a
Here,
video
I'm
your wife
past
has.
the end of the channel, south end of the channel, and I've come down in elevation a little bit, in altitude, so that we can see the vessel and its relationship to the marker 15.
It looks like a boat of a similar size could obscure the view. And his boat is a small boat, so you don't even need a big boat. Okay, that looks fun.
The time that it passes is about
But that wouldn't have taken off the channel marker.
7
Like,
seconds.
7 plus 9.
I mean, the like placard.
Let's go to 16 seconds out. What's the time left on the counter?
16.
Okay, so let's look at what happens over the next 9 seconds.
She's saying that because that's the amount of time he could have had to correct himself, the 9 seconds. That's why she said it out loud, I think.
Which for the record is S1001397. What's the time left on the counter?
4 seconds.
And what's 4 plus 9?
4 plus 9 is 13.
You're doing a math class. Where's the counter at right now?
13 seconds.
Okay. Let's see what happens over this 9 seconds.
Is that the same size boat?
I don't know, but it's as tall as the channel marker, which means that on Labor Day weekend, if there was another boat, any boat going through this channel, it could be blocking the view of a channel marker. And I feel like that's a small boat, and it looks like it takes up a great deal of the width of the channel. So what if there was another? It doesn't even need to be a big boat.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Oh, we're gonna do 7 minutes across or wait till tomorrow? Or I guess it's only 5:12 in court.
5:23.
No, in court on the screen it says 5:12 because we're a few minutes behind.
Oh.
So we're gonna get some Howard Schriebnick.
Judge, if I could have access to the video exhibit from the clerk. I think it's exhibit 97. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
My name is Howard Schriebnick. We haven't spoken before, you and I?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So you were effectively the person documenting the events of the day that we've just observed on the video.
That's correct.
And you were doing that with technology, drone technology.
Correct.
Okay. Now, we'll get to it. I'm going to have Carlos Cruz from my office. He's setting us up, and we'll go to it in a minute, but just general observations. So you were out there on that day. Do you know what the tide was at the time? High tide, low tide, if you recall?
I don't.
Okay. And simple proposition, the higher the tide at a moment in time, the closer the marker is to the water surface, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So at high tide, that would bring let's say the green marker as close to the surface on any given day at its high tide.
Correct. Here in Miami, about 3 feet, give or take.
3 feet being?
The tide. The height of
difference
the
between
tide.
high tide and low tide?
Right, so you'll have high tide is be 3 feet, then you'll have ebb for about an hour, there about 50 some odd minutes, and then back down to low tide, which will be about the same, then it returns, ebb again, and then high tide again.
So approximately a 3 feet difference between high tide and low tide?
Yes, for the bay.
So at high tide, that marker will appear 3 feet lower on the horizon than it would appear at low tide?
That's correct.
Okay. And here we were talking about a green marker.
Excuse me, could we move the monitor just, because I don't know that the jurors can see the witness
Oh.
right now.
And if I could have, may I take this exhibit? Of course. This is State's Exhibit
96. And I'm going to try to do this so that you and I can work together.
You know what, shall we have is that okay, Judge? Sure. How about you and I have a conversation right here? I want to make sure everybody wants to see it from the state can see it. Actually, what I'll do is I'll turn around, and Judge, forgive me for giving you my back. Okay. And so this is an overview of that area? It is. Okay. Now, you were referring to 3 different markers, 13, 14, and 15. But actually, it's 13A, 14, and 15. Isn't that right?
It very well could be. I marked it as 13.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Because there actually is a marker 13 further to the north. A green marker 13 further to the north, isn't there?
I'm not familiar with that, but upon your better judgment, I don't know.
Okay. Well, when it was Lieutenant Thompson who was operating the vessel that day?
Yes.
And at the north end, so let's pretend we're looking north now, there would be a red marker and a green marker at the north end that are actually almost, let's say, at the same side, not say side by side, but at the same, if you're driving your boat, there'd be a green marker on your left and a red marker on your right.
Correct.
That's when you enter the channel.
That's correct.
That's actually the only time in the channel where if you look to the right and you look to the left, you would actually see the markers at the same time.
Yes.
The other 3 markers are, excuse me, the other 3 markers are staggered.
That's correct.
Okay, they are not opposite each other.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's be clear. The markers 13A, 14, and 15 are not opposite each other.
No, they're staggered.
They are staggered.
Yes.
The other witness said it was. Oh, that just totally corrected the testimony of one of the earlier witnesses the state called, who went on and on about how they're staggered and knew how they were, and he knew this channel well. And then look at this. Oh, Bob, you're muted. You're muted, Bob.
Didn't he go so far as to mark it on the little drawing she did with the staggered markers? Didn't we see that?
The, like, whatever exhibit 2I or something.
Like, yeah, she's like, oh, I drew this. It's not very good. He's like, oh, it looks pretty good to me. And then
So she led him into being wrong.
If it's the same guy from yesterday.
And I mean, maybe this is an incorrect representation or description of what these markers actually are. Maybe we'll see in recross, but this one has a picture and a demonstrative, and we have the actual, like, physical thing instead of a drawing.
Right.
Oh.
Yes.
What a trial.
So, what marker is this?
Well, which is now known as 13A.
Okay, what marker is that?
14.
And what's that?
That's 15.
Okay, now marker 15 is green, right? The water is sort of green in this picture.
It is.
Okay. You would, of course, from zoomed out, not as easy to see the green as it is to see the red.
Yes.
Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you recall that marker 15 is about 4 feet shorter than marker 13A.
As a result of the tide?
No, just as a result of the size of the pile.
Oh, that I don't know. I did not measure the pile.
Okay.
Then what are we doing?
You know that marker 15 is the shortest marker in the chain.
I would not know.
Okay. And so, we're going to look at some videos in a moment. As the vessel...
So now this is like the greatest reason that 15 would be the most difficult to see. And you wouldn't even have like an opposite indicator, like, okay, maybe that one's short or hard to see because the water's kind of green, but there is no opposite, like, oh, the redwood's right there, so I should know that there's also going to be a marker here, and this is the channel lane I should stay in. Like,
right.
Do you feel like this might be why they didn't do this stuff earlier on, like, the beginning of the presentation of evidence?
What do you mean? Because it's not great?
Yeah.
Because it's not helpful? Yeah, I mean, the case is a mess. Like, their case is a mess, but it's indicative of it's a tough case to bring to begin with. You know, I mean, to me, this just seems like a terrible accident. You know, like, I don't know what happened in that few seconds of time, you know, with him. not seeing this thing, but I am certainly not convinced that he was intoxicated and just rammed into it. Like I don't know what happened, and the state hasn't moved the needle at all for me, which is the litmus test, right? I mean, I like we're pretty deep into their case. Have they moved the needle for you at all? Like, have they?
I think
What have
they've
they
moved it
proven?
further towards. I don't get it. They've moved it further towards they're really just basing this on the alcohol presence.
Exactly. Which they didn't charge.
That would have been a roller coaster for the families because they were also available while the teenagers were drinking. So
Yep.
they didn't want to do that, and that's probably why we don't see that charge here in this case.
is traveling southbound, I'm pointing south.
Also, do you think he's using a super blue pen on purpose here?
I don't know.
Like, do you think he's the type to think about something like that
Maybe.
as he's trying to say, like, this is more greenish, right?
Maybe.
Yes. Okay, and forgive me because I said that was north earlier, but now I turned you around. When the vessel passes marker 13A, not 13, we're talking about 13A, there is no corresponding marker red to the right of 13A. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The next marker is hundreds of feet southbound on the intercoastal waterway, right?
Yes.
And then once the vessel gets to marker 14, which is red, the last green marker is hundreds of feet southbound from marker 14.
Yes.
Okay. And so when the vessel finally gets to marker 14, having passed marker 13A, there is no green marker to the operator's left when the operator passes marker 14. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, beyond marker 15, there are no other markers in this channel, correct? The channel is finished.
That's the channel ends.
This is wide open bay between marker 15 and Angelfish Creek.
Yes, I believe so.
Are there any other markers over the next hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of feet?
Not that I'm aware of.
So it's wide open bay from the time the vessel clears marker 15 until all the way to Angelfish Creek,
Correct.
right? Okay, so shall we look at some videos together?
Sure.
Okay.
Just can we go sidebar? I'm so sorry.
Is she gonna say, like, please let them go home for the day? See the deputy in the reflection. Oh, he's back at the camera. Oh my gosh. You're muted, Bob.
He gave the look. You missed him give the look. Like you looked down.
No,
right when
he
gave the
did.
look.
We just replayed it. He
Oh, he
also did
did.
a catwalk earlier.
That one I saw.
All right. All right, that was a quick sidebar. It looks like they're coming back right now. But the court's still quiet. Okay, maybe they weren't. Right? Are they just... I see people moving. All right, here we go. Put the sound on.
Of the various exhibits, but maybe we'll start with that. Let's try. This will be just 1 second. S1001 1397. Okay. So we're looking north towards marker 13A, right? You now know this is 13A?
Yes.
Right. You can hold it there. Pause. Great. you see that in this image, we can actually see north of 13A is markers green 13 and red 12.
Yes.
Okay. So this channel, at least, are there any markers even further north?
I do not believe so.
Do you see that in the yonder there are 2 more markers well north? Can you see that? Hard to see, right? Are they not there? I can't tell. Not sure?
I don't think that's part of this channel.
Okay.
That channel is further to the other side. Yes, you can see those tiny dots.
Okay, we'll leave that aside for the moment. The relevant portions of this exercise include 5 markers, right? Green 13, red 12.
Yes.
Which are, I'm going to say side by side, but we understand it's not like you and I are side by side. It means that they're a distance apart, but we can sort of see each other as the boat goes through.
The same relative axis. Yes.
The same relative axis. Okay, thank you. And then when the vessel continues southbound in the channel, it would then pass green 13A, correct?
Yes.
Well before it passes red 14.
Correct.
So let's roll it for a second. Or a few seconds, I should say. Keep going. Okay, we can pause it now. Thank you. And so as we discussed before, this vessel has now cleared green marker 13A, but still has not cleared red marker 14.
Correct.
Okay. And to reorient everyone, this is marker 15, green 15, and south of that there are no more markers.
Correct.
Okay. So once the vessel clears 15, it's done with the channel.
The channel then, yes.
Okay. So let's keep rolling. Stop it now. And let's see where we are on that timeline that we were looking at earlier. We're at 42 to 12. So 12 seconds left. Someone's going to have to do the math for me, but we'll roll it. We're at 12 now.
Yeah, how much for 9 seconds?
I can see the numbers. Pause. So we were more or less at the 9-second mark that the prosecutor was asking about?
There.
Okay, and the operator of this vessel was holding a steady course throughout that entire last 9 seconds.
Yes.
No weaving,
No.
no going back and forth, no hot dogging,
No.
no thrill seeking,
No.
and the operator of this vessel obviously noticed that marker 15 was coming up and took an action to avoid it.
That's a pretty predominant feature, so yes.
Correct. And there's plenty of water depth on either side of that marker for a boat like that that has outboards that only takes up a foot or two of draft, correct?
Yes.
So that the operator of that motor vessel could choose either side of the marker and not run aground.
Correct.
Okay. Great. Let's go to the next video. And by the way, the operator of the vessel wouldn't need to wait until the last second. The operator could have done it at 9 seconds or 8, 7, 6, 5. At any point in time, just turn the wheel a little bit to the left, turn the wheel a little bit to the right, and avoid the marker altogether. Fair statement? Yes?
Yes.
And this view, hold it right there, is essentially the same approach, but with the drone a little bit lower.
Correct.
And this is S1001396.
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, I'd like you to take a note, if you can tell from this image, that the 3 green markers, 13, 13A, and 15, do not make a straight line.
From this angle, they do not appear to be straight line. That's correct.
From any angle.
Well, I couldn't say from any angle. I don't know if we were to move further to the left and look down if they would be straight. I would suspect that they are not.
Right. Isn't it true that 13A actually is further west into the channel? Because there's a shoal area just east of 13A.
I believe it is further to the west.
Okay. And so, if we could roll the tape. And let me stop you right there, Carlos. So this vessel has now cleared 13A, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the only green marker left is 15, right?
Correct.
Okay. And as we discussed before, the vessel could travel further south because of it's a boat that can operate in shallower water. It can choose a path on either side of green 15, provided that there's no other boats in the way.
Correct.
Okay. Let's roll. And let's hit pause. So this operator was intentionally aiming for 15, knowing that it was going to avoid it at the last second, right?
Yes.
That was the design of this exercise.
Yes, we're replicating the GPS data.
Right.
Yes.
And so that the jury understands replicating the GPS data, the operator had predetermined a course to take based on GPS information.
Yes.
And was going to try to replicate the path of that GPS information.
To the best of their ability, yes.
Okay. And try to replicate the speed.
Yes.
Okay. That was calculated based on that GPS.
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, that's what this represents.
Yes.
But of course, you didn't do that exercise yourself.
No, I did the drawing.
Okay. You're the camera crew.
I'm the camera.
No disrespect, but like the camera there is observing us.
Same.
They don't plan it, you just document it.
That's it.
Okay, great. And so if we roll it, with a second and a half to go, not even, this operator was able to do a slight turn, avoid the mark.
Correct.
Okay. As the vessel was traveling in that path, at that speed, in these conditions, did it appear to be operating unsafely?
No.
The only thing that would create a problem is hitting the mark.
Correct.
At that speed, under these conditions, with this good lighting, safe operation.
Well, with the things that we did to ensure that, yes.
Well, what you did to make sure of it, of course, was that you had police boats to make sure there's no other traffic.
Yes.
So absent another boat, if there's no boat in the way, no other boats in the channel, traveling as this vessel did, at that speed, in these conditions, perfectly safe, so long as you don't hit the channel marker.
So long as you don't hit the channel.
Okay. Now, do you have a view from the north side of the channel? Do we have a view in here? I think we do. Let's see if we go to the north approach, maybe? No, you north and south. Let's see if we have it on this. Okay. Let's try looking south, maybe? That's not a video, right? Forgive me. Well, let's try the drone following the vessel. Okay, let's hold it there. Okay, so let's orient ourselves. We're now on the north end of the channel.
Correct. It's just before the entrance.
I say we, but it's the drone.
The drone.
You're actually over here somewhere, right?
Yeah, I'm on that vessel. Yes.
Okay.
Number how much?
This is S1001384 drone following BWC vessel. So let's roll, and I think we're going to see the vessel come into the frame at the bottom right of our screen somewhere. And when we get to 13A, we're going to pause a moment. So you recall this is when I'm going to point out to the screen a lighter color area. There's a shoal there, right?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Now, when a motor vessel encounters shallower water, a vessel, even without pushing the throttle, can gain speed. Right?
Yes, through the shallowing of the water, yes.
So you could be going at 43 miles an hour, this vessel, and when it encounters the shoal to its port side, without even touching the throttle, the boat can gain speed because of the shallow water next to it.
And if we're close enough, yes.
Okay? So let's roll it. And then let's stop it. Again, since now we're doing a different view, I'd like to have you point out, green marker 13A has no red marker anywhere to its starboard side.
That's correct.
There's no marker opposite green marker 13A.
Correct.
And as we keep rolling now, if the operator of the vessel thought this was the last green marker, Angelfish Creek is basically, this boat is heading out towards Angelfish Creek.
Yes, in that direction, yes.
But there's a marker in between.
Correct.
The green 15.
Correct.
Okay. Let's keep rolling. And now let's stop.
How common is it to have double
The vessel is
channel
now passing
markers?
red marker 14.
Yes.
We know that's on the starboard, the right side of the vessel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And if the operator looks to the left, there is no other green marker opposite marker 14. 15 happens to be well down the channel.
Yes.
Okay? And then if we roll, roughly 9 seconds later, it encounters marker 15.
Correct.
Thank you. I'm done with the video. Now, a motor vessel, you told the jury, has no brakes.
It does not.
Okay? Now, you also told the jury traveling at 47 miles per hour on a boat is different than in a car.
It is.
Right. A couple of differences. One is typically in a car you're enclosed and you have a windshield and windows, right?
Yes.
Now, have you ever ridden in a car where the Jeep puts the windshield down and you take all the doors off?
No.
Okay, have you ever ridden a motorcycle?
Yes.
Okay. Riding a motorcycle feels a whole lot different than riding in a car.
Absolutely.
It's because you're encountering the force of the wind, the friction of the wind, right?
Yes, you're completely exposed. Yes.
And it feels faster maybe, but it's the same speed. 47 in a car and 47 in a motorcycle is the same thing.
Yes, it is.
Now, on a boat, you likewise typically don't have a windshield, although you could in this boat. The operator had a windshield, right?
Correct.
And a windshield helps keep that wind from blowing in your face.
Yes.
Okay. But a boat also has the resistance of the water to bring it to a stop. Meaning, a car, let's use a car. You take your foot off the gas, the car keeps rolling because of that fabulous invention we call the wheel,
Yes.
right? And if you're in a car, you take your foot off the brake on the expressway, your car's going to keep going, although it's going to start to slow down, right?
Yes.
But a boat's going to slow down a whole lot faster when you pull that throttle back, right? Because it's encountering all the resistance of water.
Yes.
Okay, so it doesn't have brakes, but it has two features: the resistance of the water, and once you bring the throttle into neutral, you can then put a boat into reverse.
Yes.
And that slows the boats down.
Also.
In
Yes.
fact, that's how the big ships, when they come into port, that's how they slow themselves down, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it doesn't have a brake like a car does, but it has those two forces working to stop a boat.
Yes.
The friction of the water and pulling back the throttle, indeed putting it into reverse if you'd like to.
Yes.
I don't know if I asked you about did I ask you about the heights of the marker?
You did?
And you didn't have any,
I
you didn't do those measurements?
I didn't do any measurements on them.
If I could just have a moment, Your Honor?
us. That's it. Got redirect.
Oh, God. Adams.
When the images that were taken by the drone were then
her voice
reproduced so we could have pictures to show the jury rather than just a jump drive, is there a little bit of a change in the coloring in that process if it's not a really super high quality printer?
Yes.
Is it all that difficult to see a green channel marker when you're on the water in Biscayne Bay?
No, not at all.
Does that green blend into the color of the water?
No. The water's only green because of the angle in which we're looking at it. If you're closer to the surface, it's more blue.
Although channels are designed to give pathways to vessels, are they necessarily going to be straight and perpendicular like a street could be?
No.
Why?
Well, when the channel is dredged, they take into account a shoal or rocks or wildlife and protected grasses and all those kinds of things.
What's a shoal?
A shoal is a raised area under the surface of the water. In this case, it's just the path for you to follow. It's, I think it's more like a walking path, right? It's crooked. It's not going to be straight up and down. It's not as straight as an arrow necessarily. They can be, but not always.
So would it be important when you're operating through a channel to pay attention, because you can't just expect that those channel markers are going to be exactly parallel to each other?
Yes.
Now, would you think that running a vessel into a channel marker at 47 miles per hour is a safe way to operate a vessel?
No.
Is the safest way to get, let's say, from Cutter Bank Channel to Angelfish Creek, is the safest way to get there literally going through channel marker 15?
Not physically going through channel marker 15, entering and exiting is. That's why the markers are there.
So you shouldn't be hitting the markers to get to Angelfish Creek. You should go around the markers. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Nothing else.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Almost that time, chat.
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a very full day. We're going to end now. Please put your documents inside your envelopes.
Could we approach this on a scheduling matter with the court reporter?
I don't want to keep it really that.
I think it just has to do with what time they come out.
Are they going to start late tomorrow?
Good time when you're going to be here tomorrow, okay?
Right, let's see what they say about court starting tomorrow.
Did you think that they were starting late?
Well, so the prosecutor asked before we dismiss the jury, can we approach about scheduling? The foot.
All right, so here's the plan. We're going to ask you to be back tomorrow morning at 10:30. Okay? Back at 10:30. Same instruction. We're going to go to the jury room. You set the floor and you rise, wait for the name, we'll bring it down when you're ready to have them in the courtroom. Please remember not to discuss this case with each other, anything about this case, or with anyone else. Please note independent research or investigation to try to gather any information to anyone on the evidence that's important presented to you. If you see any of us outside the courtroom, we're going to continue to ignore you. So if you answer questions, we're not going to say hello. And basically, everyone in the courtroom has to be aware that you're a juror. They may not recognize you as one of our jurors, but where your juror badge is always well displayed in the courthouse and even in the area around the courthouse, especially during the lunchtime. Okay? If you see or hear anything that you think
I'm dying to know what the chat thought of the recreation.
social media,
Can't wait to let
They
the
better
kids
come
out
in
the
hot.
basement.
anything, please ignore it. Okay? Don't read it, don't watch it, don't listen to it. If you're not sure, ignore it. Okay? Don't wait to find out afterwards.
Do we have any blooping time?
Sorry, do you have any what?
And tomorrow, we're
Blooping
gonna have
time?
an earlier day.
About to say
This
something.
Oh, wait,
it's
hold
about
on.
to be done.
Hold on,
Finish
yeah.
somewhere around an earlier day. We're gonna finish somewhere around 4 o'clock, maybe even a few minutes before.
Good.
Just want to
Nice.
give you all that information. So you're gonna come in at 10:30. I would ask you to have, have breakfast. We would take our lunch break probably somewhere around 1 or so. It'll be a little bit later lunch break. And then I'm not even sure why you're taking another break in the afternoon, because you're going to make it a shorter day. Okay? So you've got the schedule, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10:30, and I'll excuse them.
Oh, geez. So that's that. I think it cuts out.
They're not talking anymore. Oh, it's getting hot down here.
Step outside, so we give the jury a little chance to get down the hallway. And we're not going to recess for the moment, but I'm just going to announce, I'm going to have everyone here tomorrow to handle a couple of legal issues for the jury today, and it's all before 10 o'clock. We're asking the city, you could please ask your witness as well, if you're here at 10 o'clock, and I'll handle whatever matters in the
So they need the witness for whatever it is.
That might be helpful is if the defense can send over to us any and all clips that they would want to show to Lieutenant Thompson, I can forward that on to him and maybe he can look at them tonight. That would be great because that'll make tomorrow, I think, that much.
That'll be just fine. However you want to manage it between all of you, but we'll be here at 10 o'clock. And the jury will be back at 10:30. All right, if there's anything further tonight, I'll give you the order.
All right. So whatever they're doing, they want Thompson there, whatever legal issue they're dealing with for the first half hour. And chat, it is your time to shine. Come back. Come
Are
back.
you in there, babe? Are you checking her
Oh
out?
yeah. Oh yeah.
Uh,
I got it fired up.
Come on back. Let's see who gets here first.
I got it fired up. I got it fired up. Let's see where we're at.
That was going to come up as the old comments from when we paused it earlier.
All right.
Yeah, look how
I've
still
come
it
back
is. It's
in.
calm. So
Kai
calm
was
like
the
the
first
water.
one in over here. Miss Scarlet. Giggle Glimmer. Yeah. Alice Blackler's in. Denise. RM Diva. Chicago 1. Ain't So Plate Jane. All right, good. Welcome back, y'all.
Guess it
So what
takes
did
a
you guys
minute,
think? What did you guys think? Like, since we can't
Rate the
converse with you
state's
guys.
case. Rate the state's case on a scale of 1 to 10 so far.
Yeah. Yep.
So we're waiting for
10, 10 is
to
the
come through.
burden. 10 is beyond a reasonable doubt.
10 is the best. You don't have to say beyond.
1 is not guilty.
Because
Walking.
nothing. They're not. It's not over yet.
Oh,
So
it's
1
over.
10 is the best case. 1 is the worst case.
Well, I mean, what else are you going to put on? I don't even know.
Lieutenant Thompson, the guy who concluded there was no impairment.
Is that who they're ending with?
I don't know if that's their last witness, but that's who they're about to call.
Wow.
And
Oh, yeah,
there's
they're nowhere
issues that
near
they need to
done.
deal with him.
I don't know.
I don't know why StreamYard's not pulling anybody.
It will.
They all left us.
No, they're there. I see them.
Nah, they abandoned us.
I see them in the tubes.
Uh,
In the tubes.
Well, I don't think. Do you think that redirect really focused on correcting anything substantive besides the color?
Kat, I don't even know what that, other than kind of giving us an overview of what the channel looks like. I don't.
So let me
I
just
don't.
say this,
It didn't do anything for me in terms of proving the state's case at all. Like
other
I
than giving
wasn't
the
like,
what?
oh my
What'd you
god, that
say?
boat's really flying.
Other than giving you the what you said?
Just the overview of what the channel looked like. Like,
Right.
because that's very shallow water in certain points there. We did it when we were with JT, and we had to worry about the same things in terms of sandbars as we were going down, kind of like going down the Bahama Islands, remember? And
Well,
so
that
we had
wasn't
to kind of,
Florida.
it's the same concept though. It wasn't Florida, but it was open waterways where they have issues below water, but he had like whatever they call that underwater thing that he can see if there's impediments or rocks, large, craggy rocks, sandbars.
So I'm just gonna say this. Damn it. I
Remember, the
forgot.
chat's not coming back.
I'm having a bad day. I've been hot. I've been not feeling well. Now I'm forgetting things. It's like perimenopause on crack day or something. Oh, no, I forget.
No, it's not called sonar. It's something else.
Oh,
He's
I
underwater.
remember. So, look, I think they should have done, like, is there an argument of whether they had probable cause to do a breathalyzer? I think they should have done a breathalyzer, but they did ask him and he denied. Now the question becomes, I still think even as a defense attorney, they should have at least sought a warrant because there was such a fatal, fatal accident. Even before they knew it was fatal, a very serious injury, and he did admit to drinking, right?
So you had a couple of beers.
Right. So the only thing you can assume is either it's because he's rich or because they saw no actual signs of impairment.
Right.
And that's what I lean towards, just because typically cops, they're going after
Yes. Thank you,
anybody and
Swag
everybody.
Daddy. Exactly.
Freedom. So, but if there's some, assertion that this guy had connections and like someone went to bat for him, that's a different story. But if he's just one of many rich guys that's on a boat, I mean that boat wasn't all that, was it?
His boat?
Yeah.
I don't.
I mean, it didn't
Doesn't seem
strike
like
me
it.
as like a baller's boat. Like
Right.
it
So
looked.
I mean,
The Good Samaritan boat was nice. There was like a couple on the Good Samaritan boat. That one looked all nice.
I'm just telling you, when there's an accident like that, they are looking for signs of intoxication.
I did
And
not like the color.
if
It's
he
true.
had said no, they should have sought a warrant, or the only logical inference that they didn't is they saw actually no signs of intoxication. I don't personally think he was impaired. I wish they would have done it because then we would know.
Well, I
Yeah, and
saw
even it might have
4.
been a read that was like consistent with 2 drinks, but at least we would have had it known either way. Like they might
Right.
not have gone, "Ha, we got you. You are beyond the legal limit," but it would have been closure. It would have been something more conclusive.
So I do think it's odd they didn't even ask. And again, I mean,
Tonka is saying that
Well,
they
they
did a
did
blood
ask and he
test.
refused.
I meant ask for a warrant. And
Oh, yeah,
the only reason
Tonka is saying that they did a blood draw at some point. His BAC was 0. I don't know how long after the fact that was. I mean, the guy was not shit faced. Like, I mean, there's the adrenaline of the nightmare situation will sober you up some, but if he was highly intoxicated, it would have been more.
But what do you
evident.
think about that guy who says he smelled beer a year, 2 years later,
Clarkson,
whatever it is?
Jaycliff.
Are they gonna call? Oh, is he gonna be the last witness? Maybe they will call him still. I can picture the state trying to call him as their like mic drop witness.
Yeah, I mean, if they have a mic drop, that's it. But this isn't even supposed to be about that. So
DB says that guy's full of shit.
Oh, I like the. What did you guys think? Like, why don't we have a vantage point of the angle of the captain's point of view for
they're
these
like,
recreations?
the sun's really reflecting off that thing.
Man, that mile
water.
the channel marker's really hard to see. We
What
better
about
not
the
use
impact?
that. Get rid of that GoPro thing we did.
I'm learning about the boat too. Like, so they block off this channel to do the experiment, but if the bay opens right there, that is the last channel marker. Like, all of this context was something I thought maybe the exhibits I was
Well,
looking at, they're only.
we're getting our ones. Diamond Mom gives it a 1. No one else
Oh, we had
followed.
some. We had some
Oh, we
above
did have
too.
some above?
Yeah,
Okay,
I was
sorry.
flashing
Glad
them on the
I
screen.
cut
I don't
you off.
think
Oh, you
anything.
were?
I don't think anything was like higher than a 2. So.
I saw 4. I saw one.
Oh, we had a 4. Shout out to the 4.
Be fair. We want to hear from people on the other side if they think it's a strong case. Give them the benefit of every doubt. You give this
Well, let's
number.
do a different poll. We'll have to do letters. We'll have to do like A through F, like grade school grades, because I don't want ones to come in late and confuse us. But let's do
Okay.
well, I guess it would just be to do a G in the chat if you think the jury will come back guilty, and do a not guilty, NG, or do like S for split. Or you can just write guilty, not guilty, split.
It's so hard to
Your
get split. You
prediction.
said 6 people. Think about all the 12 people juries where it's like 3 people, 2 people, 1 person. 6. I could, you know, get 6 people to do it. I want any 6 off the street. Give me 12 and I'm going to have someone that pushes back.
I don't know what the makeup of the jury is, but I'm telling you, they're going to have
Tell
a
by their
problem. If they
shoes
have
if you
one
put 'em back.
voter on that jury, they're going to have a problem.
They have one, Katt
There-
said.
There's
An
a
avid
voter on the
voter.
jury. An avid
Apparently
voter?
there's an avid voter is how I think it was like NBC6 that did the article. One of the channels said someone was an avid voter. It was
I mean,
described as like professionals and an avid voter.
Professionals and avid voter.
Ah.
He must have looked like what's his face? Jimmy Buffett had that whole Buffett thing going on.
What are people
Oh
saying?
wow, I'm actually surprised on predictions for not guilty. And again, this is the question is, what do you think the jury will do, not how you would personally vote, because that would kind of be similar to the rate
1.
on 1 out of 10.
Yeah,
Slip.
right, exactly, DB. If this
I
guy's
know.
like a my level voter, he is no voter.
I wish we could see the damn chat like in I just wonder what other people are saying. Maybe we just have to go to a is there a law tuber that has a lot of like I can't all the law tubers I know, I feel like their chats would all be saying not guilty too. Like, but is there one that's like a real like a prosecution police like really
I see
strong?
that like more in the true crime space would
Yes, we gotta
be
find-
like
so who's
young
true
girl
crime?
died, someone's guilty.
Right.
Yeah.
So whose channel do we go look at their chat to see what people are saying?
It's
I feel
hard
like-
because I don't even know who's streaming this, because since there are no, like, I can't go hang out in someone's chat. Like, they just had like other trials that I watch. I'm like, oh my God, what are you guys thinking? But like, you can't go in there and interact. So it's just kind of like this isolated experience.
It is. It's kind of like we're going through COVID again, except on YouTube.
Well, we can't see long crimes, guys, because there's no chat.
There's no
So-
chats. There's no chats.
Do they put it up so people can chat afterwards?
I don't know.
They
I'm
should.
gonna
I
chat.
think that'd be
I'm
smart for
gonna
them to
chat.
do. Or they could literally because now that they're together, they could have like court TV just be a static screen with a chat room, and then have Law and Crime do the feed.
See
New
here.
body cam. See if
I
there's
guess
still-
court TV, it'd make more sense to have court TV run the court, but have Law and Crime be like a placeholder image with a chat discussion. Or
I
have
don't even know
panelists
how
come
it
on.
works. I'm on Law and Crime. I click live, and nothing's here about this case. Were you? Oh, you're on Court TV.
Yeah, they were both live streaming it though, but they're done. They ended.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if they have the chat going. No.
No, they've been shutting it off before they even start the stream, and since they don't have like commentary, and they keep the camera on during the break on that "We Labor for Truth" sign, they don't enable the feature for this.
Oh. Oh, they have they don't even have today's. They have yesterday's. Oh, here it is. Stream 21 minutes ago.
Did
They
they
still
end the
have
stream?
still have the stream up. Oh no, I'm looking at the morning. Yeah. Somebody made a comment. Poop or no poop, the guy knew this waterway. Wasn't his first time going through the channel, and his speed was dangerous with having had alcoholic drinks and that many young girls riding without personal safety vests on.
Yep, I think that's how a jury could think.
Yep. They
And
definitely
again, I
could.
think that alcohol is going to stay attached to it.
Yeah,
So
I mean, that they're doing it, you know.
I mean, look, the test is if you don't leave the state's case in chief feeling like he's guilty, then they're screwed. I mean, that's the entire point. If the
I
state
think
puts on their entire case and you're not like, all right, well, they got him, then they have a real problem, because then obviously we're shifting to the defense's case and they're going to put some evidence up. They're going to challenge the state's narrative. So I don't know, but you guys
I
are
think it's
right.
going to
I
be
mean, at the
culpable
end of the day,
negligence.
at the end of the day, like you guys said, a 17-year-old girl lost her life. Another girl who we're not even hearing about, which is just bizarre to me, is permanently disabled. It's like juries want to convict. They just do. Even though
Wow.
Well,
to me,
because
this was just a terrible accident.
the charges really
Wow.
don't relate to anybody else's injuries. It's not like he's charged with causing a crash. He's charged specifically with something related to a homicide in both charges.
Yeah, so Court TV just cuts their stream right afterwards.
I think the most important thing is going to be, and not the way it's instructed by the judge as she reads jury instructions, but how the attorneys argue what rises to the level of culpable negligence in each of their closings. And
So
like,
I'm just looking at some of these comments from yesterday on Court TV. Got a couple one's like horrible accident, no winners here. Then you've got like such a horrible accident for all involved. Then you've got he shouldn't even be out. He should be sitting in jail. Oh no, wait, I'm sorry. Rich bastards often get off. He shouldn't even be out. He should be sitting in jail. No sympathy for stupid. And then someone
that's what
else.
I mean. It's that there's that rich sentiment too. And like,
Oh yeah.
I don't see how it relates to like,
It was like that whole bizarre story that Allison was telling you yesterday about the glasses at the airport. That whole concept of that. I was listening to that story and wow, what a story it was. What
Wow.
a story
I'm
it
trying to
was.
find day 4 because today was day 4, right?
Yes.
yeah.
I mean, people are still like so performative. What a cry, it's fake crying. So, I mean, there's not one person so far that says, "Oh, I found one. Freak accident. Freak accident." So
I do
just
think it's a difficult thing to overcome. Like if he did do that channel before, wouldn't he know that there were markers right there? But I mean, again, I don't think water is like a roadway. The ocean's going to look different to you, and you could get disoriented in a way that wouldn't happen with like you drive past the same exit sign every day when you're going from exit A to exit C. You're going to see the sign for exit B, and you're going to stay on a certain path because it's a road with shoulders. And
all
I
right.
don't think that's the same with a waterway.
No.
There's a couple people in here. It was an accident. He wasn't impaired, you know.
Yeah, to me, without the impairment, it's just an accident.
But you know what? I still feel like a lot of people are going to struggle with. He should have, even though there's the causation issue, legally causation issue. Remember, we talked about the but for test. So, but for this, would the accident have happened? So, I still think that there's going to be jurors who are in their heads saying he should have never let those kids get that drunk and then get on a boat, not wearing life jackets or whatever the case may
Well, we
be.
don't know how that drunk, like what is that drunk? I don't know how much the girls were drinking. Like, do we have
Did they
testimony?
get in the stuff about the one girl who was double? I mean, they let that one girl say she drank 10 drinks and she was intoxicated.
And remembered everything, though. She was able to testify about specific details in the immediate time frame of the accident. So if the state thinks she has credible memory enough, then
10 drinks. What was she
yeah, 'cause
drinking?
she said she was doing the 1-for-1 game.
With I think they were the
Trulies.
Trulies, yeah.
Yeah. I saw those in the garbage can.
You know, and with 6 people, you're less likely to get that one person brave enough to push back against a group. I mean, it's hard in a group. And that's why I always say jury selection is where it is at. Bob and I are always drilling in. Like, are you knowing your personality? If you disagree with what everyone else is saying, would you feel comfortable speaking up and making sure your voice was heard? So, and like we ask that in all sorts of different ways, to let people know. Oh, then when they're back there and it happens, like, I told that lawyer I could do it. I'm gonna do it.
Because they don't want to be a liar.
Right. Like you hope it's stuck in their head. It's like,
It says most standard hard seltzers, including Truly, come in at about a 5% ABV.
I mean, 10's a lot. I asked the
Yeah, I mean,
kids
10 is a
at
lot.
the
And they're
It
they're
does
skinny.
have
They were
the-
all like thin.
Yeah, 10. There's no way.
I asked the kids I was just back home and asked everybody, well, how many of these do you have to drink until you feel it? And I think I was told 4, so 10 seems like a lot. For me,
Yeah,
I
it
think
says there's a
I felt it after 1.5.
truly unruly lineup, which has a packs a stronger punch at 8% ABV.
12th jurors saying she said Mike's Hard Lemonades.
Those are Mike's Hards are usually about
Harder?
5% too.
Oh,
No,
they are.
yeah. But in terms of like how much the state can argue that, I mean, it's not really something they're going to be able to argue at closing.
I mean, if I were back there, I'd definitely be like, to me, you don't let your underage kids drink that much alcohol when you're out on the water, period. Like, even if you were to let them have a drink at home out there on the water, but it's a completely different,
So if you want a comparison, like a Coors Light has an ABV of 4.2 in the US. So
and a
the
Mike's Hard has 5.
yeah, so the Truly, which is what they were drinking, not Mike's Hard, was 5.
Somebody said she testified to Mike's Hard. I don't remember what she said, so maybe.
Yeah, those are both 5, so they're 0.8 higher than.
But we talked about yesterday, I think, or maybe even the day before, but I don't think you were here, babe, is that with the but-for test, if she hit her head and then was pinned under the vehicle, the alcohol had no
Attributing cause to her
to
death.
it. And what we were talking about, is it possible that they want to focus on her drinking because could she have survived had she not been drunk, but not based on her ability to swim, but something about the way I don't know, your heart beats or I have no idea. Like, could there be some other angle that they're coming at it with? Like, I could see if this was like somebody bled out case. Does blood flow quicker or slower if you're drinking? I don't know.
Did they do a blood draw for Lucy? Are we going to find out what her ABV was?
I
What her
don't know if we're
BAC?
gonna. I don't know if we're gonna get a witness like that.
I would think they would have to have. We haven't had the medical examiner yet, right?
I mean, to me, this case for the state is just revolving around like what Katt keeps saying. They're trying to get to the burden by just an overall totality of the circumstances approach with, that they had a bunch of booze on this boat and they were feeding it to the girls and they're out there and they're on the sandbar and they're still feeding them alcohol. And then they get back on and he had a couple of beers and it was just the whole thing, like where they're going to say that that's just reckless.
I Googled it and it says, and this is just the AI overview, that Katie's blood alcohol was twice the legal limit, but that Lucy's is not publicly reported. So maybe it would be during the medical examiner.
See, I think the problem for most of the families that are involved in terms of their kids being on that boat is that if they boat, they probably allow the same type of stuff. It's just not. That's what I'm saying. It's a culture. It's a boating culture, and these girls are out on these boats all the time. And I'm sure that they, sneak a truly or two when they're on the boat if their parents aren't just letting them have a few drinks while they're out there. I mean,
Well,
I don't think it's
but
going to
that's
be.
the thing. Do you think the jurors will be like, but her parents were there and they were letting her drink too, even though they shouldn't be having the discussion because it's not a causal connection. If it does,
Well,
I don't
I
know.
think that any conversation about the alcohol altogether shouldn't be allowed. Like,
Right.
they didn't charge him with the boating under the influence, and they're trying to backdoor it in. It's sleazy, really. Because that's going to be the takeaway for the jury is that he had a couple of beers and they don't know why they didn't charge him with the boating under the influence. Like it's a jury. They're going to be like, oh, well, maybe the drinking part of it is part of why they charge it. You know what I mean? It's like they're not going to know. They're going to know what every jury knows, which is next to
And
nothing in terms of how the
I'm
law
assuming
operates.
he can argue it in closing. This is not a boating under the influence case. This has not been charged as an impaired.
The state's
ca-
gonna fight that, I know it, and I just don't know with this judge. The judge has just been kind of like okey doke with some of the stuff because it seems like there's motions about discussions on the prosecution's theory, the theory of previous prosecutors, and maybe Laura Adams will argue that should be included in that, even though it's not the same as this is what you previously charged and then you changed your mind. Why? But I feel like somehow Laura Adams will try to make like an umbrella argument that it falls under that and it shouldn't be permitted.
I don't see how they could. If they keep making it a big deal, they have to be able to say in closing, he has not been charged with any offense involving, alcohol and drinking. And well, I guess he has not been charged with intoxication, boating while intoxicated, whatever they call it out there, impaired boating. Hmm.
Can they do that if the blood draw was excluded?
I thought his blood was
consent
zero.
to the consent to on the boat, the
I mean, he's
test
still
on the
not
boat.
charged with it, and they can't. He has a constitutional right to.
They were saying no.
Yeah, so they
Yeah,
can't
but
use
in a
that against him.
DUI case, you can bring it up. You can raise
But it's
it.
not a DUI case.
I know.
Yeah, I guess it's not
Okay, so you're right. So then if normally if this was BUI, that's where I'm thinking like they could talk about the
Yeah.
refusal.
Not
But
only
now
can they talk about it, the jury can take it as
an inference, adverse inference.
right. And
Yeah,
I take it back. I don't think you have a constitutional right to decline. I don't think that would. But where this is not that is not the case, I think it would implicate his constitutional rights.
Well, in
So,
Illinois, we have the whole implied consent shit going on.
yeah, do they have an implied consent for boating and drinking in Florida?
I don't know.
Let's see.
I did say I was going to show that
Keeping an
manual.
eye on the weather.
Oh, is it possible the game's going forward?
No, our game's done.
Oh.
But Amos was saying that there's tornadoes coming through.
Yeah, it says the implied consent law dictates that simply by operating a vessel on state waters, you automatically consent to breath, urine, or blood to determine your BAC if you are lawfully arrested for boating under the influence. So that's why it doesn't come in play, like Bob said, because this is not a BUI case.
Yeah. But the
And
other
if you
side,
refuse
though,
to take the test after lawful arrest, your boating privileges will be suspended and you will be issued a civil penalty.
and I'm not sure that was the process because there were these motions pre-trial that like, hey, he was in custody, so these are statements where he should have been Mirandized, he wasn't yet, they should be excluded, which would mean that this request where he did decline wasn't after a lawful arrest yet.
And it definitely wasn't. He was never arrested. So that's why I go back to he has a right to not assert it, and that's why it can't come in under the BUI. He doesn't have a right, like he does, but it comes with you're already consenting. So if you don't, this is going to be held against you. but not.
And I feel like the jurors have to go back there. This is Florida, so even without the avid voter, but somebody's got to go back there and go, why wasn't he charged with a BUI? Like, it's not like a foreign term down here. I don't boat, but I am very much familiar with the term of boating under the influence. There's like radio commercials all the time, like, oh, boating. Were you injured in a boating like, or charged with this? Like, you just hear the term over and over. So even if it's not something that comes up, they're gonna, who wouldn't get back there and wonder and want to get it off their chest? Like, why wasn't that charged?
DB was saying that they got a warrant for a blood draw and he bled out a 0.
Yeah,
but I
but
think
that
was
was, I
At
forget
the
how many.
hospital later.
yeah, a
Right, I
couple
forget
hours
how.
later.
Yeah, I think I looked it up. Was it 3? I don't know where I saw it.
3
Or
hours
maybe somebody
after
said
DB.
that in the chat. I don't know.
DB did 3
Oh,
hours
okay.
later.
Right, that's where I saw it. It was DB saying it in the chat.
There you go.
That's
So
it.
the draw took place around 11:30 p.m. the same day as the crash occurred. So if the crash is occurring around like the 6:47 time frame, that would be what, a just
5
under
hours.
5-hour window.
Yeah.
And no alcohol, 0. So personally, if he's inebriated, he might be above the legal limit technically, and still be able to hit a 0, I would imagine, at the hospital. But what I would call as inebriated, like a 0.2, it can't be if you're a 0.
No, it's, what do you mean?
Like, if he, like, to me, the state wants people to believe that he's
you're
like
saying he should have still had
double,
some
triple the
number.
limit. And if we're blowing a 0, sure, you could get away with saying like he might have had more than 2 beers and it could have dissipated in that time frame. But the picture that the state is painting, I don't think we would get to a 0 by 11:30 p.m.
Not if he's over the legal limit, like for driving, which I don't know if that applies on the waterways anyway, but like most states are 0.08.
Yeah, and I thought that it was detectable in your blood.
If he drank 2 beers
10,
over
12
hours, he was not intoxicated. He was
right,
not
but what I think I agree with Kat's point that there should have been some detectable amount, even that late, because I think it stays in your blood for like 10, 12. I should know
No,
this.
I don't think so. Like if you're like a 0.2, 0.03, something like that, I think 3-4 hours, and it probably would come up 0.
All right, I gotta go. I gotta be out of here.
Take care. We're
I'll
gonna
see
wrap
you
this
guys
up
later.
too,
All right.
guys. Remember, we're gonna wrap up with Bob. Take care, Ali. What we were 10 o'clock? Court said 10 to 4.
10:30, she said.
No, but there's going to be a hearing starting with the lawyers at 10. But we could start if you don't want to start. If you want to do some bloop time, we can do that.
No, let's go. Let's rock and
We'll
roll.
do 10 and then 4:30. I think it was 10. The 30 was to the 4:30, right?
Yeah, because it worked out for me. Scouts got like the beginning of a 3-day softball tournament tomorrow, and the first game's and it's like 50 minutes away. So it's good that it's ending early tomorrow. Leave me time.
Oh, it's Sheriff Chuck. Wait, Sheriff Chuck with the 5 gifted. I just saw this hanging out in here. Thank you, Sheriff Chuck. Hold on, guys. Let's get some W's. You guys voted your 1s. You guys voted your guilties or not guilties. Can we get some W's for Sheriff Chuck? Thank you so much, Sheriff Chuck.
What a guy.
Much love.
What a guy. What a guy.
Little hat tip.
It looks like our boy Nick's going through some shit with somebody some disbarred attorney or something that reported one of his
Nick Starro?
Yeah. I don't know. He tweeted it today. He's like, some woman who's not licensed to practice law in Florida reported my stream and they took it down and something like that. So I don't know.
That's 100% going to be the what the hells.
Yeah, I don't like them picking on Nick. The hell going on? The hell going on?
The big Nick Starro. Yeah, okay.
See what I'm seeing?
Yep, okay. So, yeah, the what the hells thing is a whole mess. Okay, he did a video explaining it, so let me get the link for you guys. Oh, why can't I copy it? Oh, Okay.
What?
It was playing while I was trying to get the link. He starts off with a lot of sass, so I gotta watch this. I gotta watch this at some point. I would have watched it anyway, but
Yeah.
it's spicy. He seems very spicy. So yeah, it seems like the issue, quick summary, someone's weaponizing YouTube complaints against Nick Starro, and YouTube doesn't go through any effort to try to actually evaluate anything. They're just like, oh, bloop, we're
I
going to
know
remove your content.
I know you went through it recently.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that was a fun time because a
Yeah.
court exhibit was shown on screen.
Yeah. It's crazy. Just crazy.
And now I have these.
Oh, thank you. Kitty Koo gave me a little love with a one gifted DD podcast membership. Thank you, Kitty.
But we call that sniping. They're sniping someone into a membership.
Oh, I love it. Snipe.
Yeah, a little snipe.
Yeah.
Snipe. We did sprinkles too for one trial because there was a witness named Mr. Sprinkle. But so the chat started gifting like one by one. There were just like tons of like one gifts at a time flinging everywhere.
I love that.
Very, very fun. So if you just got a Defense Diaries membership, say thank you to Kitty Koo and use some channel emojis.
Indeed.
And also, I think Sharon dropped a link to Nick's on your side. So everybody has the link to Nick's. And guys, like that's the type of thing I hate hearing, that somebody has their content taken down because somebody's mad or offended or insulted.
Yeah.
I know it's not like the government taking down the content, but to me it's still like free speech. YouTube is so huge, so powerful. They lobby for so much in the government that it might as well just be like this big monolith, David and Goliath, shutting down your speech when they take
100%.
down content without a proper review.
What it feels like. It's what it feels like. And in the recourse is so hard to get.
It's like it's non-existent.
Right. It's crazy.
Non-existent.
Dealing with bots. No humans dealing with anything. It's the worst. All right.
Oh,
so
wait, so hold on. I lied.
tomorrow-
Your channel emojis are gone till further notice. I forgot you were dealing with some issue or something.
Who we are?
I think, is it YouTube? I don't know. Your chat has mentioned it before that there's like a channel emoji issue.
There is? That's true?
Let us know if that's true, Giggle Glimmer. That way Bob can go do some wizardry and fix it.
I see all the guys, all the emojis.
And History
Somehow.
Homicide says channel emojis, I miss you.
Wait, are they not working? No, I just put them up.
It's
Like,
a
what-
YouTube bug, Factual Lie says. It's an issue on mobile iPhones.
Oh,
Which
not with just my channel,
anytime-
but like different channels too.
I don't know. Anytime it's a YouTube issue, it's like the apps aren't playing nice after an update.
And it's always Apple, usually.
Oh man. So, and we got another 5 from Sheriff Chuck.
Where?
Sheriff Chuck said, Sheriff Chuck did the boom, 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 boom. He said you guys are
Sheriff
talking about
Chuck
sniping. I'm
rode
going to do
into
the Jason
town
Autry.
and took care of some business, man. That's what he did.
Oh, shout out to Sheriff Chuck. Thank you so much, Sheriff Chuck. Oh my goodness. Stream sponsor. You know what? We're going to get some of these on screen. Sponsored by Sheriff Chuck.
I love it.
These were taken by the cord. By the cord. Mostly by Alice. I think Factual Lie grabbed some. But yeah, so 10 o'clock tomorrow, guys. There's also, if you guys follow the Edric Foss case, there's supposed to be a hearing in that. Bob, I found out that Foss is not making an appearance. So like I said, I think it's just up. Are you ready? What's the status? And it's not going to be much of anything is my conclusion.
Okay. All right.
So I think I could be wrong. Could be wrong.
All right. So tomorrow is I have a feeling the state's gonna rest, even though it's a short day. But we'll see. We'll see. Because they said what, 6 to 8 days, 7 to 8 days, 8 to 9 days, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, 8 to 9.
Yeah.
And I don't know, sometimes judges add the deliberation time.
They always add a couple of extra days. Like they always err on the side of caution when they're talking to prospective jurors, because they want to give it a longer date than they actually expect it to be, just in case people have issues when they're trying to pick a jury, like if somebody's got a surgery or, something that's going to rise to the level where a judge might excuse them for cause, and just allow them to dip. But so we'll
I'm up
see.
in the air about being in court in person on Monday for the Jones hearing, which is set for 10:30. So I could either be on with you guys if they start on time on Monday. If they do these late starts, it's not going to make a difference. Or I could go into that courtroom. I could just go sit there.
Yeah, that's what you should do. And then we'll look at you the whole time. We'll say, "There's
Yeah, that'll be
Kat.
fun.
There's
I'll
Kat."
try to I'll try to go talk to the bailiff, the deputy, and see if we can look at the camera together. I'll pretend to ask him a question and be like, "Saw you looking at." See if we can do something for the chat. So if that's the case, if you guys would want to run that stream, start it up
Totally.
on Monday.
Totally.
That would be a great time.
Totally.
And that way everyone can keep it going. If we do that, guys, my chat would be off from the start because I wouldn't be able to get back to a computer to shut it off. So I'd have to start with it off and then turn it on whenever we come back the end of the stream on Monday. Other than that, 10 Eastern time tomorrow.
Yep.
9 Central.
Yep.
And 7 for you West Coasters, and whatever you guys do in the UK watching overseas. I don't know how to do your time zone conversion.
Like
Sorry.
6 hours, 6 hours, 6.5, something like that. So, all right, you guys, we love you guys. We miss you every day in chat.
Yeah.
We really do. Mods, thank you so much for hanging with us, even though there's not much for you guys to do because there's no chat.
Especially like the mods are repeating to everyone like, hey, we're not going to have a chat, remember, and repeating over and over why that is. So thank you for answering those frequently asked questions.
We
Very
adore you.
helpful.
And thank you to everybody who donated to Kat and over at DD, to us as well. Sheriff Chuck, once again, you're the MVP for sure. 15, holding it down, riding into town, slingshotting those Kat memberships all over the place. So that's a beautiful thing. So, all right, you guys, we love you so much. So much. We'll see you tomorrow.